Alright, hello everyone and welcome back to Phoenix Wright. As per votes on Discord, we are continuing Phoenix Wright straight after the first game, going right into the second one. I like how that turned out. I think I might do that again. That was a good idea. Thank you all for putting in your opinion. I wasn't actually expecting the excitement for continuing to Phoenix Wright, because I'm always concerned about doing too many visual novel type things in a row. But you know what? That's cool. I'm glad people are enjoying the Phoenix Wright stuff, and I'm looking forward to continuing this series, because especially when we get to the new stuff. But this game in particular, now we're starting to get into the parts of the series that I barely remember. Unlike the first game, I don't think... I mean, I'll probably remember some bits and pieces as we see them, but I do not remember these cases, like, at all. So I would be willing to call this, like, virtually blind, let's say. We'll probably go with that. So unlike the last game, this one only has 4 cases, so I expect this to be a little shorter, slightly. I don't remember how long these cases are compared to the stuff in the first game. Obviously the first case being a tutorial, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it still just focuses on like the courtroom aspect. So this one will definitely be short. So I could see us doing like this and maybe the second one tonight. But let's get started with The Lost Turnabout. So I believe this game takes place like very shortly after the first game, if I remember correctly. But I don't remember exactly what the time gap is between them. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh shit, the judge is having his revenge. What? What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Look at those animations, such an upgrade from the first game. I mean, we haven't even gone to, like, the crazy animations of that DS is capable of. This is still GBA, after all. So this is September 8th. The last game was, like, when did it end? Like, March? February? I mean, I guess technically it ended in December of the year prior. But the 5th case, I think, took place in, like, May. So it's just a few months later, basically. What a nightmare. And I bet it was this ringtone that caused it. I really shouldn't be dozing off right before a trial starts anyway. He didn't have a cell phone in the previous game. Nice to see that the attorney money's finally coming in. He can afford, you know, modern technology, like a Nokia 3310. Huh. Looks like they hung up. Good. Finally found it. Talk about a close call. I hate to do this to you, but... It's nothing personal, Mr. Attorney. This guy gonna fucking murder Phoenix Wright? In the courtroom? That's pretty ballsy. Taking a guy out in the court of law? Sure no one's gonna see that? Ouch, my head. Oh, it's throbbing. Why does it feel so foggy in there? Good morning. Good morning. What's wrong? You don't look well. People are best at first thing in the morning. Where's that fighting spirit? Sorry, but can you please turn the cheeriness down? My head sorta hurts. Roger that. Am I in trouble or something? Huh? Trouble? Wait, never mind. You're a policewoman, right? I thought maybe I had done something wrong? Well, what are you talking about? I'm the one in trouble. What? I'm placing my life in your hands today, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Life in my hands? You promised me. You said you'd prove that I was not guilty. Guilty? Just when I thought all hope was lost, when all the other lawyers had laughed me off. Leave it to me, you said. You, the one and only Phoenix Wright, came to save the day. And just like that, I was moved to tears, sir. I'll never forget what you're doing for me, ever. What is this girl babbling about? Actually, I really love to watch your court proceedings, and I always root for you to win. When I'm off duty, I like to come here and... What's wrong? You've been acting really strange, and you keep staring at me. You make me kind of nervous, sir. Oh, sorry. Afraid to ask, but here goes. So, this might sound bad, but, who are you? What? Mr. Wright, how can you say that? How can you do this to the fragile heart of a girl about to go on trial? You're absolutely horrible. No, I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Is this how a defense attorney treats his client, sir? I can't believe this. No, it's just, well, I think you have the wrong person. Yes? Who am I? Why am I trying to blank? The trial begins shortly. Will the defendant and her lawyer please proceed to the courtroom immediately? Trial's about to start. I'm counting on you in there, okay? Guess I must have amnesia. Let's see, what can I piece together? From the sound of things, it's probably safe to say that I'm a defense attorney. And that girl, I said I'd prove her not guilty. Can't believe I made such an irresponsible promise. Shit, Phoenix forgot who he was and now he's finally got some comic sense in him. Ugh, someone, please! Tell me this is just a bad dream. Why do I get the feeling this is one dream I won't be waking up from? Man, could you imagine, like, you're about to go on trial, and then your lawyer's just like, who the fuck are you? Just forget everything. Oh, look who it is. It's our old friend. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. What is it, Mr. Wright? Are you talking to me? Do you see any other defense attorneys here? I guess not. Now then, are you ready? I guess so. Guess I should say yes for now. Are you ready, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Wait a sec. If her life is in my hands, I should really do the responsible thing. Actually, you see, Your Honor, my memory is kind of... Courts will not hear the defense's excuses. Because the defendant is a member of the police, this case is under great scrutiny. Therefore, we must make this trial fair but swift. I believe I've told you this before. I hope you're not telling me you've forgotten. Actually, I have. Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Yes, Your Honor. As I'm sure you're well aware, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. What's worse, her lover was a fellow police officer. A policewoman? You did what to a policeman? It wasn't me. Besides, Dustin and I, we weren't lovers like that. In any case, the prosecution will prove that the guilty party is none other than the defendant. Very well. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness. It's been a while, Mr. Wright. Yeah, how long has it been? Like a year? I guess like... No, it'd be about a year. When did the first case take place? September? I thought it was like August. No, it might be September. I guess it really is like exactly 1 year. Nice to see he found his hair after that last case he was in. Let's see what you've learned since last time. I won't show you any mercy this time, rookie. Okay. And who are you again? The prosecution calls Detective Dick Gumshoe to the stand. Here we go. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. Nowhere to hide. I'm so dead. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. Wait, did he get a promotion? I thought he was fired. You don't look very well, detective. Well, sir, the defendant, she works under me, so you know. You work under that detective? Yes, sir. And while I was a trainee, he was always watching out for me, sir. He's such a wonderful guy. I'll never forget what he's done for me. Okay, calm down. I believe you. Detective Gumshoe, please describe for us the details of this murder. Yes, sir. It happened at the park near headquarters, Expose Park. The victim was one of the local cops, Dustin Prince. He was pushed down from the benches on the upper path, sir. The landlord beat his body up bad and snapped his neck. Details are listed in the report that was distributed yesterday. Ah, yes, the autopsy report, correct? Why do I not remember getting a copy? Now, see, that's not the amnesia talking. That's actually just everyone never giving him a copy of the autopsy report. Classic! Phoenix Wright never getting the autopsy report. I see everything is in order here. Even the estimated time of death is unusually well documented. The victim's watch stopped from the impact of the landing, sir. The results of the autopsy confirmed the time of death. If I may, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to submit this photograph. Very well. The court accepts it into evidence. You know, it doesn't matter how many times I play anything that's not Phoenix Wright 1, I just cannot get used to the music. Like, something about Phoenix Wright 1's music specifically is just so ingrained in my head. Like, the rest of the game soundtrack's great, but just something about the later games is just not the same. Just can't get used to it. Hey, Donald, how's it going? Now then, I recall that at yesterday's preliminary hearing, a very important piece of evidence was brought to our attention. They still have preliminary hearings, considering that they only have, like, the 3-day rule in this world? Yes, I guess? Mr. Wright, is your head on right today? There was a very crucial piece of evidence found under the victim's body. Was there? Have you lost your mind? Well, actually, it's just nerves. Give me a second. What? How can you talk like such an amateur? I thought you were a pro, sir. Alright, sir. I'll help you through this. At a time like this, maybe you ought to take a glance at the court record. Court record? Yep. Info about evidence and people are involved with this case are all listed there, sir. You can look at the court record by pressing tab. Tab, huh? You really know what you're talking about, don't you? It's too bad I'm a cop, right? Just think, I could totally be a legal aid instead. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Court is in session. Save your chit-chat for later. Sorry, Your Honor. Well, I guess I'd better check the court record and see what I can find. Alright, what kind of evidence do we have? So he has his badge, of course. He has a cell phone now. I found this in my pocket, but I don't remember what it means, or how it got there. What do you mean you don't know what it means? How, like, tech-illiterate is Phoenix? Like, how long did it take him to learn what a cell phone was in the first place? And then now he just gets clunked on the head, and he forgets what a cell phone is again. Dustin's autopsy report, time of death, September 6th at 6:28 p.m. Cause, broken neck. Body was also covered in bruises. Found under the victim's body, pieces of nearsighted lenses were found nearby. And then the crime photo that we saw earlier. Yep, man looks pretty dead. Pretty fucking dead. You got some songs for Friday? Nice. Can't wait to hear them. And we also got our profiles of everyone involved. What was it again? Tab? Alright, Mr. Wright, let's see if your notes are in order. What was the piece of evidence found underneath the victim's body? Glasses. That's simple, Your Honor. A broken pair of glasses. That's right. The victim grabbed his killer's glasses and he was being shoved, sir. It held onto him as he fell. Hey! Why are you giving me the evil eye? Those glasses you're wearing. Yes, this is my spare pair. But these glasses they found at the scene of the crime are not mine. I swear, sir. You sure about that? I know the glasses are in, like, really bad shape. Could they still, like, test the glasses for what, strength they're at? Like, is there a way they could do that? Test a prescription? And then they could just, like, compare them to her glasses and be like, hey, they're not the same glasses, they're not hers. Look, it was a coincidence that on the same day I accidentally stepped on mine. A coincidence, she says. Ugh. Your Honor, I have further evidence to present. Oh, you have more? And this evidence is very decisive. Very well. Let's hear from our witness about this evidence. Do I know Fallout? I do know Fallout. I'm not really big into Fallout. The post-apocalypse setting wasn't really for me. But I have played a little bit of 3, and it was pretty fun regardless. Alright, what's this decisive evidence? How many times has that term been tossed around in the last game? And how many times has it turned out to be false? There's something even more incriminating than the glasses under the victim's body, sir. During his date, the victim was pushed from the bench area, but he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. Boy, where have we heard this before? I like that every time this happens, they always assume that it's the victim writing the killer's name. And every single time, it has turned out to either be a falsified evidence or just something else entirely, and nothing to do with who the killer is. I really have a hard time believing this is gonna be any different. I don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. With this piece of evidence and the glasses, it's hard not to say she's the culprit. Is this a picture of the writing, Your Honor? Oh, that's the name Maggie. Why, this is... Yes, I can see her name is clearly written here. What about 4? Nah, I never really played 4. 3 was... the like, 5 hours or so of 3 that I played was, like, more than enough. It was too boring for me to care beyond that. Prosecution would like to submit this picture. Understood. The court accepts it into evidence. Photo of the area around the victim's hand. As if the glasses alone didn't make you look suspicious. The victim even wrote your name clear as day on the ground. But, I already told you, those glasses aren't mine. And how do you explain his dying message? Wow, he really forgot everything about being a lawyer, didn't he? It's a conspiracy. I'm not guilty, sir. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? This is it. I'm counting on you. Sure, but what am I supposed to do? What? This isn't like you at all. Normally this is the part where you get in the witnesses' faces. Get in their faces and do what? I guess there's no way around it. Okay, I'm gonna lend you a hand. The prosecution's witnesses all hide things from the court, which means they lie from time to time. Lie? But isn't that detective your superior? Well, even if they don't mean to lie, sometimes people just remember things wrong. Like that detective. He does sort of look like a scatterbrain. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's bad for us, sir. That's why when you question witnesses, you have to find and expose their lies. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Talk about trial by fire. Here goes nothing. As long as I can expose the lies, we should be alright. Alright, let's figure this out. Like, okay, I like this music as, like, thinking music. It just doesn't have, like, the same intensity, though, that you would want in court. Like, it doesn't sound like music that you should be playing when someone is on trial and you're trying to protect them. Even if it is, like, the first tier and not, like, the high-pitched, faster versions that you sometimes hear in later trials. About those glasses. Do you have any proof that these belong to my client? The lenses are for nearsightedness and almost the same strength as his. Even the frames look kinda like the ones she's wearing in her ID, pal. Do they? Hold on. I mean, they're different color though. Like a completely different color, and also a completely different design. I mean, these ones have upper frames. The ones in her ID are like lower frames. And why is she wearing her spare glasses in her ID photo? Wouldn't, like, she want to wear her normal glasses? Hold it. Almost and kinda are not good enough in a case like this. Do you have any more definitive proof? Is there something that clearly links the defendant with those glasses? The dirt and sand rubbed out of any traces of fingerprints or anything else. So what you're saying, detective, is that you have nothing that proves those glasses are my client's. Something like that. What? I see. So there is no proof. Wow, that was amazing. I could totally feel it down in my gut. That's a pretty far fall. Now, you're sure he was pushed, and that's how he fell? Yep, pal. If you look at the wounds on the victim's body, there's no way it was anything else. Please continue with your testimony, detective. Anyway, the victim fell pretty far. So he fell far, broke half the bones in his body, but he still managed to write out a name. The culprit's name. Yeah, I was surprised too. I didn't want to believe it, but... Was the name of my client? It's clearly Maggie. Well, I mean, we saw in the picture. That is true. Are you absolutely certain? Sorry, pal, but that's what it said. This is a picture of it. No matter which way you look, it still says Maggie. He's got a point. Hey, hold on! Huh? Don't harm me. I know the picture says Maggie, but... now that she mentions it, something does feel kinda off about this picture. What feels off about this picture? Guy wrote fucking Maggie in the sand. That's how you know you found a contradiction. Now hurry up and present some evidence. So that's what spotting a contradiction feels like. I'd better check on the court record again. But how is that a contradiction? Dick Shoe says guy wrote Maggie in the sand. Picture is of guy writing Maggie in the sand. I mean, what can we possibly prove is incorrect about that picture? Just be conjecture. It's hard to not to say she's the culprit. Well, I mean, obviously, we can't agree with that. And you're certain it was the victim who wrote the name on the ground. There were scratches on his fingers from the rough sand, and there were grains of sand stuck under his pointer fingernail. It certainly seems that the name was written by the victim himself. That didn't go well. If the writer really was the victim himself, then we're in a lot of trouble. Don't give up. Keep that fighting spirit going. I'm glad you're all pumped up, but I really want to see your special move, sir. My what? You always look so cool when you present evidence. Present evidence? Oh, that present evidence. Actually, I was just thinking about that. Yes, the great Phoenix Wright is back. Oh, that's right. Huh? I heard that lately you can present not only evidence, but people's profiles as well. Ah, there's a new feature. Sure makes things a bit more complicated, so be careful, sir. People's profiles, huh? Alright, let's give this another try. So we can present people and things now. Hello, how's it going tonight? Alright, let's see here. So we can present profiles. That definitely changes things a little bit. Let's take a look at the profiles then, since now they're actually important. Alright, so we got Maggie Bird. Oh, wait a second. Huh, you know what? Well, there we go. The defendant's name. Now, if we take a look at this image for a second here, we see the word Maggie. And if we take a look at our client's profile, we also see the word Maggie. But do you see a very important difference in these two words? One that you might not notice right away. No, what the fuck do they mean by no? What do you mean? What do you mean by Noah? What the fuck do you mean by Noah? What the fuck do they mean by Noah? That's what I want to know. What is it? What? What's come over me? Without thinking, I just blurted out, "Objection!" And then yelled at the top of my lungs, finger outstretched, ready to take on my opponent. What a rush! Detective Gumshoe. You talking to me, pal? Please state the defendant's name for me. What are you trying to prove with this futile exercise, Mr. Wright? You'll see. This is a very crucial line of questioning. Actually, Mr. Payne, you can answer. The defendant's name, if you please. Where is this ridiculous question coming from? The defendant's name is, Maggie Bird. I think someone needs to check the court record. Wait, how did he know there was a typo when he said the name? Is Phoenix reading the text? How do you, if I say Maggie, could you possibly tell how I'm trying to spell it by the sound of my voice? It's the same thing, but you can't. How does Phoenix know? What? It says right here that it's Maggie Bird. Ah! It looks like the bird caught the cat napping. What's going on here? I have no idea either, sir. You can tell how what kind of Maggie. Alright, then tell me. What Maggie? How do I spell the Maggie that I'm saying right now? What Maggie do you think I'm saying? Is it with the IE or is it with the EY? As you can see, the victim did indeed leave a name, Maggie. However, the defendant's name is actually spelled Maggie with an EY. This is a blatant contradiction of facts. Oh, how about that? I didn't even notice. But maybe the victim didn't know how to spell her name correctly. May I remind you that it was you who said the defendant is accused of killing her lover. If they were truly lovers, it would be impossible for him to not have known her name. This is very true. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Are you absolutely certain that the defendant and the victim, Dustin Prince, were in fact lovers? Yes, I am quite certain, Your Honor. They were a well-known couple in the police force. Detective Gumshoe, please testify for the court the relationship between the victim and the defendant. Yes, sir. Officer Prince and Officer Bird have been going out for about half a year. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage. The day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday, sir. Officer Bird had gotten Officer Prince a present. It was something she had brought over 2 months ago. I should know because she came to me to ask what she should get for him. Oh, those two sound like they were close. Nevertheless, tragedy struck. Yes, I see. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. We're gonna have to present another profile? I mean, considering it's the new hotness right now. So about half a year, about 6 months. How do you know about this? Every year in March we have a training camp for us cops. Officer Bird was a rookie at the time, and she and Officer Prince seemed to hit it off. They got close, I take it. Actually, I was supposed to go too, but I couldn't pay the deposit for the trip, so I didn't. I mean, you know, what with him still being probably half fired at the time. If only I'd gone on that trip. What is it? Oh, nothing, sir. Really. Anyway. Even talking about marriage. They've only known each other for 6 months. That's never gonna last. Marriage, but wasn't the victim 8 years older than her? That's also a pretty big age gap. What? You saying a guy's gotta marry someone the same age as himself, pal? No, that's not what I meant at all. Detective Gumshoe and Dustin were only a year apart, you know. Ugh, I think this fella has a ways to go before marriage. Mind your own business, pal. Oh, there was an achievement for that. Okay. Day of the incident is having the victim's birthday. Okay. The day of the incident? You mean September 6th? Yeah. The victim, Officer Prince, had just gone off duty at 5:30 p.m. that day. And since Maggie's night shift hadn't started yet, they went to the park for a bit. I remember when I was young and in love. Oh, it was a jolly time. What was the achievement? Let me actually read the whole thing here. I just like saw it briefly pop up, but it's called Mind Your Own Business, pal. Press Gumshoe about they were even talking about marriage in JFA episode 1. There's a lot of like really weird achievements in this trilogy pack on Steam. Like for you click on different things. Like there was an achievement we got for using all 3 of the tools in episode 4 of the last game, like when we used like the metal detector and the dog and the fishing rod. What else is in here? There's like your usual like clearing achievements, of course. There's like some for later games that I don't really know yet. Apparently we missed a conversation about ladders and step ladders in the first game. Or is there... Oh no, wait, this is for every game in the trilogy. Apparently, ladders and step ladders are a running gag throughout the entire series. So I guess keep an eye out for any more ladders in these games. Make sure we click on them all. Is it you or are you dying? Wait, what? I don't know. I can't tell you that. What do you mean? That's great, Your Honor. I'm glad you're such a cheerful old man. Meanwhile, this defense attorney over here is like a fucking bump on his head and lost half his brain because someone clunked him with a fire extinguisher before the trial. So what was the present exactly? You seem to know a lot about the defendant. Well, that's because I'm a boss and I've got to watch out for my subordinates. But even what she was going to give as a present? Isn't that going a bit far? Hey pal, watch what you say. I know everything that happens under me. If someone so much as scratches their... I really don't need to know that much. Mr. Wright, please refrain from badgering the witness. I agree. Even if this witness has a crush on the defendant, that should not be the point of discussion at this time. Are we sure it should be the point? Hang on. If he has a crush on the defendant, isn't that potential motive? We might need to look into that there. Gumshoe, possible murderer. Well, wait a second. What did they talk? Why are we talking about this? It's all your fault, pal. You're guilty, guilty, guilty. I should have you arrested. I think the good detective is about done here. Something she had bought over 2 months ago. She's been waiting with this present. Must have been a good present. Over 2 months ago. Yep, she's a very considerate woman, pal. So, what was his birthday present? She got him a glove. A single glove? Why would she only give him one? Actually, Your Honor, the glove in question is a baseball glove. Oh, I see. A baseball glove. Officer Prince was a huge baseball fan. A baseball glove? Just now, I believe you said that the present was something she had bought over 2 months ago. Yeah. Are you saying she bought the glove at a store that far in advance? Nah, nothing like that, pal. Then, what is it like? She ordered it. It was custom made. Custom made? The glove was custom made? Yep, that's what I said. So the glove was custom made. Your Honor, I really don't see how this glove is related to this case. Yes, it would seem that there is little relevance. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Do you think this glove is really relevant to the case? I mean, it could be. Like, if she was gonna give it to him, wouldn't she have had it on the scene at the park? Like, that seems like a good time to hand over a birthday present. Considering that she was, like, heading to work, he was just getting off of work. So this was, like, the only time they had on his birthday to spend together. I don't know where this will lead me, but... Of course it's relevant. That glove is the key to this whole case. That's pretty presumptuous of you there, Mr. Phoenix, right? He's very confident when it comes to, you know, asserting that evidence is key to the case. Evidence that's not even evidence. Just things people are talking about. Yes, bluffing to the max. Now this is the Mr. Wright I know. I'm so happy you're back, sir. I was wondering how long it'd take. This is great. Pressing people. Feels like I've done this before. As if I used to do this to squeeze information from even the most tight-lipped people. Very well. If you're that convinced, then let's hear some more about the matter. Actually, I brought the glove with me today. Oh, so it is relevant. Because, I mean, surely you would have just brought, you know, random evidence that you didn't think was relevant to a trial, right? And why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and show the glove to the court. Well, I didn't think it had anything to do with this case. Anyway, this is it, sir. Is that a glove or a bunch of bananas? It's rather yellow, isn't it? Birthday present from Maggie to the victim. It was custom made. I guess that's why it's custom made. You don't really see a lot of yellow baseball gloves. Officer Prince really liked the color yellow. And that's why you had to special order it? Yep, that's right. That and one other reason. I think this court has heard enough. It is clear that the victim and the defendant were involved with each other. Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Now, if that is true, it brings up an important question. Was the name Maggie really written by the victim? I see your point, Your Honor. Detective Gumshoe, please tell the court a little more about the name on the ground. Yes, sir. We first looked into the handwriting. Unfortunately, we couldn't confirm that it was the victim's handwriting. Next, we checked the victim's pointer finger. We found that there was sand that dropped under the victim's fingernail. There's also scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. From this, we could confirm that the victim wrote this name with his right hand. Alright, so his right hand was indeed used. See, the part that I'm getting caught up here is, are we sure that the victim did this himself? And he wasn't just the tool that was used to write the name? Yes, a perfectly logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Like, what if the killer came down and just, like, grabbed his hand and used it to write? But can you really determine handwriting based on a sample written in sand? Yeah, this is why amateurs are amateurs. We're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Scientific investigation in this country is actually pretty good. I believe it's time to get back to the real point. Agreed, Your Honor. So, what was the result of the investigation? He's so, like, bragging about this country's scientific investigations and everything, and it's like, yeah, we couldn't actually determine if it was his handwriting or not. So in the end, you couldn't confirm it. Hey, don't you look down on us. I told you, we're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Everyone knows you can't find out everything you want with scientific investigation. I've never heard of that before. Me either. Nor I. I never heard anything like that at the police academy, sir. Okay, so I made it up. Anyway. His pointer finger. You know, the one you're always pointing and waving around in people's faces. Don't tell me it bothers you. Every time you do it, I have a mini heart attack. It's like you're trying to kill me, pal. In any case, you examined the victim's index finger, correct? Yeah, we figured there should be something on his finger if he had been writing in sand. And the results? So it turns out he was writing in sand, or at least the finger was dragged through the sand. And what does that prove? Well, it proves he did write the name with his own finger. Yes, which explains why there was sand stuck under his nail. I guess he's right. And there's more. Scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. How do you know it was the ground that caused them? Scratches on his skin. Yep, you can't see them with your naked eye, but they're there. That is incredible. Sure is. That's the power of scientific investigation. They're so small that we had to use a magnifying glass, like a really strong one. It's got that really scientific sounding name. You mean a microscope? Yeah, that's it. We used one of those and that's how we found him. How's this guy like the head of homicides at the precinct, and he doesn't even know what a microscope is? I can't believe this guy doesn't know what a microscope is. so they could confirm that the victim wrote this name with his right hand. Okay. Are you absolutely sure? I believe in the power of science, even if he doesn't know what the science is. I wonder if my evidence is solid enough to counter with. Listening to this, you would think there was only one conclusion. That the name was definitely written by the victim. But don't you think that would be really strange, sir? If Dustin really wrote that message with his right hand, do you think I would have gone through that much trouble to get him his present? The present? What about it? I think I see where this might be going. Let's take a look at that present. Hey, yeah. No, I see what we're getting at here. That's, That's not a glove for the right hand. Let's just put it that way. Although, mind you, isn't that pretty normal? To have a glove for the left hand? I've never really played baseball, but don't you usually put the glove on your hand that's, like, non-dominant, so you can throw with your dominant hand? Like, if you're right-handed and you throw with your right hand, you would have a left-handed glove. Is that not... Or is that... No, that is a right-handed glove. I am right. I was just looking at it wrong. Hang on a second. Let's go back here. Which hand did they say? Where's the hand? Sanchez under the victim's fingernail, scratched on the ground. Oh, fuck. I know going back that far would do that. Where's the mention of the hand? Victim wrote this name with his right hand. Okay, well, see, there's the kicker, because I don't think that's possible. That seems very unlikely that he would do that. Either that or that's very impressive. Detective Gumshoe, take a look at this. That's the glove, right? Could you tell the court what is special about this glove? What's special? Never really thought about it, but, it's really yellow. And that's about it. Yes, it's really yellow, but that is only one of its qualities. Huh? There's another reason why it's special. And what would that be? It's very simple. This glove is made for a left-handed person. Left-handed? Why, you're absolutely right. His glove is made to be worn on the right hand. That is why it needs to be custom-made. I've never seen a bright yellow left-hander's glove for sale, have you? Well, nah. So, Detective, which hand did the victim use to write the name with again? That's easy. Look, it's obvious from this picture that it was his... Wait a second. Don't forget that the victim was left-handed. I object. Overruled. Mr. Wright, I would like to know what your line of reasoning proves. There's only one conclusion that can be drawn. A left-handed person could not have written a message with his right hand. I mean, I don't think that's true. We can't prove that the man wasn't ambidextrous. Probably there could be witness testimony that could, like, talk about how he was probably unable to write with his right hand. That would probably help. I don't think we can just assume that he's not ambidextrous, though. Therefore, the person who wrote the name Maggie could not have been the victim. Order! Order! When you think about it that way, then yes. It is not possible that this name was written by the victim himself. Then that means Maggie is... No, it's not possible. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. The evidence the prosecution has presented has failed to prove the defendant's guilt. In fact, I believe you have proven her to be innocent. I don't think that's what your job is as a prosecutor, Mr. Payne. You sure you're on the right side of the bench? Oh, right, you did it, Mr. Wright. Ah, feels like I can breathe again. It seems that we have reached the conclusion. You did a fine job once again, Mr. Wright. Me, Your Honor? Ah, well, thank you, sir. See, you got complimented by the judge again. You're really good. And that's why you can't give up being a lawyer, sir. Are you joking? I'm more than ready to retire. I will now announce my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird. No, not yet. Whoa. Since when did he get so persistent? I mean, please give me a few more minutes, Your Honor. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Payne? The prosecution is not finished yet. What do you mean? We would like to call our next witness to the stand. What? And what did this witness... witness? The moment the victim was pushed to his death. What's more, he saw the very face of the culprit. What the heck? Well, why wasn't he out here in the first place? Order. Order in the court. I believe a recess is in order. Afterward, we will hear from this new witness. I had a feeling this was a bit too easy. I need more information. I'll have to see what I can find out during this recess. Can't let my guard down. It's only going to get tougher from here. Court is adjourned for recess. Dang, a recess in the first trial of the game? Crazy. That is very different. Save music. I was not ready for that. You know what? Let's make a new save. Why not? No need to overwrite the other one. It's weird that you can do that, though, because in the 3DS, you got, I think it was 3 saves per game. So you couldn't even access the other game saves and overwrite them with a different game. Amnesia? I can't believe my lawyer's trying to defend me in such a state. Why didn't you tell me, sir? I'm sorry. I didn't mention it to you. Oh, I know what to do. I heard you can fix something like this with a really strong shock to your system. Come on, lower your head a little. A Maggie kick should be all you need. Are we sure that's not going to make things worse? No. I think I'll pass on this one. Come on. I'm sorry. Whenever I see someone in trouble, I have a hard time leaving them alone. I tend to stick my nose where it doesn't belong and try to tackle everyone's problems. Well, my head's one problem you won't be tackling today. Well, we're here to solve your problem first. We can deal with mine later. For now, do you think you can fill me in on a few things? Of course, I'd be honored to. Well, I guess we'll start with my name, and then I can tell you about me. No, that's okay. Really, I think I know you and your name pretty well by now. I was wondering if you could help me figure out a few things about myself. So, my name is Phoenix Wright? What a weird name. This is serious. You really don't remember. I'll tell you what, sir. You can have this back, and maybe it'll help. This is a business card? I got this from you. It's my most prized possession. You can borrow it for now, but please give it back, okay? Okay. There's some numbers written on the back. Oh, that's your cell phone number. It's my business card. I hand-wrote my cell phone number on the back. I guess for now we should stop talking about me and start talking about this case. This case? Yeah. Can you think of anything that would be helpful for me to know? What can I tell you? I can't think of anything other than the incident with that cell phone, but... Cell phone? Yeah, your eyes lit up when we talked about it at the detention center, sir. Hurry up and tell me. This might be very important. Okay, Roger. What happened with his cell phone? It was on the day of the crime, just before 6 p.m. I picked up a lost cell phone while on a walk with Dustin. Wow, she really likes the police. Fucking, they have blue Badger hoodies now. I can't believe this. All of a sudden, the phone began to ring. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. I'll be right there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. We agreed to meet up at 6 p.m. Dustin and I waited for the person to show up, but they never did. So where's the phone you found now? I gave it to you yesterday. Huh? To me? Is it that phone in my pocket? You mean this? Do you think it has anything to do with the murder? I don't really know, but if my eyes lit up... Ah, you were here all along! You're so mean! I called you a million times, but you wouldn't pick up. And when I went to check in the courtroom, everyone had already left. Now who the heck is this? Let me guess, I'm supposed to know this girl too. Hey, good morning, Maggie. And a good morning to you, Maya. So, how's it going? Is there a word for worse than abysmal? Oh, and what if I said everything will be fine? That's right, it's Maya to the rescue with the decisive, super important evidence. Here you are, Nick, the thing you wanted me to bring. Huh? Oh, thanks. What the heck is this, a list? It has about 20 people's names and phone numbers written on it. It was kinda tough, but I managed to dig up some dirt. It looks like these guys are up to no good. No good? As in, there's a group of con artists the police are currently investigating. I think these guys are members of that group. A list of unfamiliar names and phone numbers. Members of a con artists group? Why would a group of con artists pop up in a case like this? Don't look at me. And where did you get this list from in the first place? What? You don't remember, Nick? You're the one who asked me to look this up yesterday. Oh, is that right? Those numbers were in the memory of that phone Maggie found. So that's where they're from. So that isn't his cell phone then. He just found it. It was a piece of evidence he was playing with. You're awfully forgetful these days, Nick. I hope I never get to be a forgetful old prune like you. How old is he? Wait a second. Oh, he's not even in here. How old is she? Unknown. He never asked. Maya, actually, Mr. Wright is... Mr. Wright, recess is now over. Please bring the defendant and return to the courtroom immediately. Oh, oops. Guess you have to get going. We can talk about you being old later, Nick. Wish us luck. I guess I have all the pieces now, more or less. All that's left is to put it all together. I'm not gonna lose this. I can't. Come on, Nick. Better get a move on. Yeah. So when did she return from the mountains? I thought she was gonna be there for a lot longer. It's only been like, what, a few months? I guess it's been like 9 months. Court will now reconvene. Please call your next witness to the stand, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. But before I do, if I may say a few words. What is it, Mr. Payne? It's about the next witness. He has a tendency to say things that rub people the wrong way, you see. So I asked that the court might be a little lenient on... There is no need to give a preface. Just hurry up and call your witness, please. Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution calls its next witness... the parrot? Oh, if only. A drifter who was taking a walk in the park on the day of the murder. Yeah, see, it's a walk in the park, not a fly, so it's unfortunately can't be the parrot. I don't know of any parrots that walk. Please state your name for the court, witness. Before I do, I'd like to clarify a little something. Huh? Oh, alright, go ahead. Just now, you introduced my wonderful self to the court, correct? Perhaps as a drifter who was taking a walk. Did I? But I will not stand for that. Now you've tinted the court's eyes and colored me wrongly. Sure, I suppose calling me a university student, but just give in self-cash. If my life be utmost highest top grade, I may look for that perfect top-notch, have a rigorous selection process. Yes, I understand. I'm very sorry, I will be more careful from now on. What is he, a human chatterbox? See, it's definitely not the parrot. The parrot was never this talkative. I have to question him? Fashion, cars, women, glasses, and of course, university. First rates only need apply. Glasses? But you aren't wearing glasses. That's enough. Your name, witness. Oh, is that how you want to play this? Using your power and influence to keep young people down. I see how you work now. You old people and your dirty tricks. You thought you had me, but you thought wrong. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Oh man. I forgive you. Alright, I suppose I can tell you my name. I'm Richard Wellington, The drifting virtuoso with a PhD in drifting, as it were. If you want to, you could call me a university student in transit. Mr. Wellington, on the day of the murder, you were taking a, strolling through the park, correct? Looks more like a male prostitute selling his ass in the park. Yeah, he's like a fucking hipster prostitute. With that scarf on, and that weird yellow streak of hair. It would appear that you are attached to that word. If you must, then by all means. But I remind you that I am in no way a prepubescent boy out on a walk with mommy. If you must know, Anyway, please testify to this court what you saw during your walk through the park. See, you said it again, taking a walk. You know, you. What you witness will do, Mr. Wellington. I hate this guy already. What was the guy's name from the first case of the last game? He was way better. I was at the park all afternoon, deep in thought about my life situation. I don't remember the time all that well, but I do believe it was past 6 p.m. All of a sudden, a police officer falls from above right in front of my eyes. Without a thought, I looked up, and there I met the eyes of a charming young lady. Of course, I remember her sweet face. It was that of the pretty defendant there. His testimony isn't contradicting the assessment. Nah, he's definitely on point. Edgeworth, you prosecuted me? No. The witness. The murderer from the first case of the last game. Who clunked the girl on the head with the clock. I forget who he was, but he wasn't this insufferable. The only other thing I saw was the banana that fell with the police officer. See, it was a banana. You can't tell me it wasn't a banana. It just looks like a bunch of bananas. That was certainly a decisive testimony. Decisive? Nick, did you just hear what he said? Yeah. That's all you have to say? How can you be so calm? It's strange. My mind is very calm and clear. Maybe it's because I believe in my client. You mean Maggie? Yes, and if she really is innocent, then that can only mean one thing. That guy is lying. He just screams liar. Like, that entire testimony he probably made up on the spot. He never took a walk in the park. He never took a stroll in the park. He never took a saunter in the park. Whatever the fuck he wants to call it. He wasn't even at the park. But I guess maybe he was, because he's probably the killer. He also seems like a killer. Wait, I'll question the witness, Mr. Wright. I'll find out the truth, no matter how well you craft your lies. Deep in thought about his life situation, and then just what conclusion did you come to there, Mr. Wellington? So you were at the park all afternoon. You seem to have a lot of free time. That was very rude of you, but then again, what can I expect? That's what you get from a man who graduated from a no-name trashy university. Okay, what's this guy's record say? Where is he on this list? The self-proclaimed drifting virtuoso who is still looking for the right to college. I see, he got expelled from his previous college, I get it. No name, trashy. This might be hard for a mush-headed, feeble-minded baboon like you, but I have to think very carefully about the future of our great country. But I thought you said you were thinking about which college to go to just now. Oh, please. Which university I go to will directly affect the very future of this country. That arrogant little snot. Do believe it was past 6 p.m., eh? How did you know what time it was? I see you're not wearing a watch, so... Is that the best you can do? Do you think you can discredit me like that? You're just a third-rate biased fool. I guess I can't expect real smarts from you. His arrogance is really intolerable. So what should I do now? Oh yeah, press harder. Fuck this guy. He deserves it. Answer the question. How did you know what time it was? 100% man-war. Yeah, he's not looking for the right university. He's just looking for the right client. I can't believe I have to deal with a worm like you. You're just a shallow man who can only slam on desks and point at people for fun. I guess I don't have a choice. I'll try to explain it so that even a third-rate simpleton like you can understand. There's this little thing they call a clock in the park. Did you get that? Do you know what a clock is? It's a thing that tells you the time. As you can see, Mr. Wright, it's even in this picture of the crime scene. Oh, so it is. I looked at that clock and that's how I knew the time. But if you ask me, this whole concept of breaking into total nonsense, a real first-class person, wearing a watch, ha! People should live freely. And yet again, another flood of meaningless words. Talk about a first-class waste of time. In any case, a police officer falls from above right in front of my eyes. And how did you know he was a police officer? You obviously have no idea how powerful my deductive reasoning skills are. With one glance, I could tell just what kind of occupation he held. That shoddy do-it-yourself hairstyle is also the way he tied his tie. Oh, and I suppose it's also because he was wearing an officer's uniform. See, that part's pretty important there. Was he on the top of the bottom? In the pic, I mean. He was probably... It seemed like he was at the bottom, according to the testimony so far. So, like, Maggie and Dustin were on top of that, like, ledge. And then I guess he fell off. Or allegedly, she pushed him off. That's the story that got her into this mess. And then he was just sitting at the bottom watching the whole thing. Okay, who died? I'm late to the party as usual. Alright, let me give you the rundown of the case so far. So we got this guy here. He was, he fell / got pushed off a ledge at a park. Like, there's like an upper level of the park, and then there's like a big retaining wall, and then like a lower level at the park. This is our client. She was the one that was accused of being the one to push Dustin off this ledge. And we've also got this guy here, who apparently saw the whole thing happen. It was also this guy's birthday, and she was going to, him and the client are lovers, or they were. And, you know, she was going to give him this baseball glove. I'm sorry, this bunch of bananas. It's not a baseball glove. I don't know why you would think that's a baseball glove. Shouldn't that statement have come first? Wow, that's pretty impressive. Hey, Nick, you think he's figured out what I do? Even I haven't figured that out yet. Oh yeah, and also Phoenix Wright's got amnesia because he got clunked on the head with a fire extinguisher. By this guy, no less, actually. I was gonna say seeing the clock was a contradiction if he was at the top. Ah, okay. Well, there was something else I noticed that they might consider a contradiction I saw in the picture, but we'll get to that in a second here, once we're finished pressing him. This guy was renting his ass out to college recruiters when he witnessed the crime. Yeah, basically. This guy's clearly like, I don't know, a male prostitute or something. He's looking for the right college. What it probably means is that he's just like sexing up the recruiters to try and get into the colleges that way, so he doesn't have to like actually prove that he's worthy. So yeah, he even just says here that he like looked straight up at the lady who was at the top, the client. Are you sure you got a good look at her face? Animals have this thing called an eye, Mr. Wright. They use this eye to see things. In the case of humans, we have two of them. Yes, even you. I don't care if I have them or not. Did you get a good look at... Did you or did you not get a clear look at her face? That's what the witness was just trying to get to. I would like to request that Mr. Wright not use such a loud voice during questioning. Sustained. Mr. Wright, please refrain from raising your voice in this court. And please don't make me have to raise my voice. Are you finished? I'd like to continue if that's all right with you. Okay, so he claims he saw the defendant at the top. So you're sure you're not mistaken? I hate him already. Me too. I don't like this guy either. Please, don't confuse your pitiful train wreck of a life with mine. Wait, don't confuse my pitiful train wreck of a life with your pitiful train wreck of a life? I'm what you call a famous brand name product, while you only a cheap imitation. There's no way someone as magnificent as myself could have made a mistake. Of course, of course. Oh, of course. Did you notice anything else of interest, witness? The banana that fell with the police officer. The banana? Well, it was actually more than just one. More like a bunch of bananas. Actually, we call those hands. But I'm sure you know, Mr. Not a Simpleton over here knew that that's called a hand of bananas and not a bunch. There's actually a difference. I'm sure no one's going around carrying a bunch of bananas. That would be pretty hard and heavy. Now, what would a bunch of bananas be doing there? And why would I know such a thing? I'm only telling you what I saw. That's really strange. Maggie never mentioned anything about a bunch of bananas. That's it, Nick. He's gotta be lying about the bananas. He could be, but there's no reason for him to lie about there being bananas at the crime scene. And what if it's not a lie? Well, maybe he thought he was seeing one thing and it was something else. If he mistook something else for a bunch of bananas, then that would be an inaccuracy. Think, Phoenix, think. If my client is innocent, there's no way he could have seen what he says he did. So, a bunch is the entire bunch picked from the tree? Yeah, so like a bunch is like those giant yeah, it's like the whole stem of like all the hands. So like a bunch of bananas is made up of hands of bananas. What you buy from the grocery store is a hand of bananas. That's the technical term. But yeah, I mean, most people just call them bunches. But technically speaking, those are hands, not bunches. There are many hands in a bunch, but it's very unlikely any person who says that they buy bunches of bananas has actually bought a bunch of bananas. Which means if we can somehow show he's lying. Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. She's right. She's got a sharp mind, but I just wish I can remember who she is. Is everything okay, Nick? Alright, let's catch him on the bananas. The bananas were going where the gerbil refuse. Yeah, Maya's back. I don't know. I didn't know when she got back because apparently she's already been running errands for Phoenix. Like she went and got like a whole list of. She got this list of numbers that were on this phone that he found. Or no, sorry, it was a phone that Maggie found in the park, and then someone called it looking for it, and these were all numbers that were stored on the phone. No idea what the significance of this is yet. And Phoenix doesn't either, because he completely forgot. Mr. Wellington, I believe I have the bananas you saw right here. Ah, so you knew about the bananas too. Why didn't you say so earlier? But don't think you can use this as a way to pull more information out of me. And that's where you'd be wrong. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Isn't that the baseball glove? Huh? What? A baseball glove? Doesn't it look delicious? Care for a bite? That's not... It's a... No! Your Honor, I think this proves one very important fact. This witness... By the way, just how bad are your eyes? What are you... Why are you asking me about this all of a sudden? Your Honor, it is very simple to mistake a glove for a bunch of bananas. No, I don't think so. Objection overruled. You're one of those people. Yes, you know what I mean. You're like those people who refuse to accept Galileo, too used to your worldview. Sure, in the end, we found out that in fact the glove is not bananas. When you viewed it from far. But... And that is why I asked you how bad your eyesight is. They're both 2200. I suppose you're going to tell me that's terrible, right? Why are you not wearing your glasses today, then? That's because I lost them recently, you see? Of course, I was planning on getting a new pair made right away. But you know, my glasses are no ordinary glasses, so to replace them... I mean, yeah, if you have 2200 vision, I would imagine that they probably take a little bit of time to make glasses like that. I've never seen a glove that yellow before. Yeah, apparently it was the victim's favorite color. So our client got the glove as a present for the victim. She had to special order it because 1, it's yellow, and 2, it's for a left-handed person, meaning that the glove goes on your right hand, which is not normal because, you know, usually you put the glove on your left hand because you throw with your right. But for someone like Dustin, it would be the opposite. So it's a left-handed yellow baseball glove. That was going to be a birthday present, and I guess it fell over the cliff with him. How about when you witnessed the crime? Were you wearing your glasses then? How about it, witness? You are an unrelenting evil man. You're like those people who rejected Joan of Arc. She's brave and courageous, and while she didn't do anything wrong, she's still... Which boils down to you were not wearing your glasses at that time. Therefore, the identity of this woman at the scene of the crime and that of the defendant cannot be proven to be the same by this witness. But the height difference was only 9 feet. It was very possible for him to see the face of the culprit standing on the upper path. Witness, please be more accurate in your testimony. Remember, a person's life is at stake. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, please continue with your testimony. Please tell the court what happened next in the moments after you witnessed the crime. His back door wasn't ready for an entire baseball glove? What the fuck? He doesn't need glasses for his line of work. Ooh, true. Yeah, they're nearsighted. Well, wait, but they're nearsighted glasses. Are you sure he doesn't need them? Or what kind of glasses were these? Nearsighted lenses. Yeah. Wait, is that lenses for people with nearsightedness, or is that lenses that improve nearsightedness? I'm gonna imagine that's probably for people with nearsightedness, given the circumstances. I have a feeling they're his glasses. The girl on the upper path ran away as soon as she realized I was there. After that, I immediately called the police station to report the crime. It must have been 6:45 when I made the call. They must have a lot of free time on their hands since they showed up within 10 minutes. Or, you know, they're the police and are usually expected to show up pretty fast when someone calls them. So the person who was on the upper path saw you and then ran away. Yes, that is correct. Which is why even someone without a superior brain like mine can understand that. That girl is the murderer. I think fixes nearsightedness. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing too. Like, my glasses would have nearsighted lenses, most likely, because I wear mine all the time. He couldn't see the clock accurately. Yeah, that too. That was the other thing I was going to present on. Was it this photo? Is this one? He said it was 6 o'clock. I don't know if the clock in this picture has anything important to it, but that clock clearly says 7 o'clock. So you would think that he would say it was after 7, not 6, if that was the case. You may question the witness now, Mr. Wright. There we go. Let's do that, maybe. That should be a bit better. I wasn't capturing the cursor this whole, like, the entirety of the last game, and it kind of just occurred to me that that was the case. I don't know why I had it off. Probably just leave it on. It's probably nice to have. Alright, so she ran away as soon as she realized he was there. She ran away, just like that. Yes, she did. She saw me and flew the nest like the guilty bird she is. Ah, that's pretty funny, because, get it, her last name is Bird. Oh, I'm sorry, was that pun too hard for someone who only got third-rate education? Actually, that did take me a few seconds to get. Wow, Phoenix. I thought you were supposed to be the smart one here, since, you know, you went to law school. Anyway, if she ran away the instant she saw you, how could you tell it was my client? The witness has already answered that question. He has stated that the defendant is the culprit. Well, I could also state the defendant is the culprit, but I wasn't there at the park to see who the culprit was. Is this true, Mr. Wright? I'm striking your question from the record. How can I get more information out of him? Alright, so he immediately called the police station. Well, there was a phone right there, so that makes sense. Immediately, as in immediately. I mean, sure, a minute might have elapsed before I did, but that's the duty of every good citizen. Or did they not teach you that in your pitiful school? You think people learn about how to call the police in college? I mean, to be fair, they never really taught us how to call the police in elementary school, even. Like, sure, you know 911, but, like, what if it's not an emergency? Although, I guess in this case, you know, a dead body's probably an emergency. Hey, Nick, I think you should take a look at the court record for a sec. What do you mean? Immediately called the police station to report the crime. Well, I mean, what is she getting at? She talked about the picture? I mean, there's a phone booth right there. It seems pretty likely he would have called the police. You know, if he's, like, standing around here somewhere, which it seems like he was looking up there. There's a phone booth right there. .2200 is where you can't accurately read the first line on a standard vision chart? Wait, what? Oh god, this guy's like fucking blind. How do you even get to the witness stand with vision like that? Jesus. God, Google that non-emergency number. Yeah, insert emergency number from IT crew. IT crowd in here. The British emergency number. That was like way too long to be a phone number. They had to make like a whole jingle just so people could memorize it. 6:45 when he made the call, eh? How do you know what time it was? That detective told me. You know which one I mean. The one with the jacket that makes him look like a dropout from a no-name high school. Dude, I was able to recite that like for a brief amount of time. I haven't watched IT Crowd in years, though, so I don't remember any of it, but that's, like, one of my favorite scenes. That entire episode is probably, like, the highlight of the entire show. Like, when I introduce someone to that show, I always show them that clip. Mainly, the fire clip, mainly, from that episode. Like, just everything about that episode just floats so good. I loved it. Hey, Belle, I graduated from top-ranked college. I don't believe this. It doesn't matter. I don't believe I was mistaken on what time I called. And if I'm wrong, then that detective obviously doesn't know how to tell time. What? Why, you're just some lousy kid who... I think the court can see your point. Anyway, how did the police respond? You managed Godfathers as a 5-year-old? Dang. I mean, to be fair, I was watching some like pretty like mature action movies as a kid too. I think I watched like probably my earliest memory of like a movie I shouldn't have been watching was watching True Lies with my parents. They liked that movie and they would watch it sometimes, and they were like fine with me sitting there watching it. It was that, and also my parents watched, mainly my mom, but my parents watched Sex and the City, which is probably also not a show that a 6-year-old should be watching. But that was like the big thing at the time, so... My sister and dad love to recite, "Did you see the ludicrous display last night?" That's where the episode where he like pretends to be in a wheelchair, right? I think. I can't remember if it was that one or if that was a different. No, it was that one, wasn't it? Because they were like at the party, and like one of them was like in the wheelchair, and the other one was like going around trying to talk everyone up because he didn't know what to do. So you're saying that there were police on the scene by 7 p.m. They got there before that, I think. There usually aren't that many people in the area that time of day. But suddenly, before I knew it, there were people crawling all over, gawking. It certainly says something about the morals of the people in this country. Can't find anything out of the ordinary in his testimony. Why don't you take one more look at the court record? Yeah, I guess I should. Alright, let's see what we got here. So he says... Okay, when did he die? 6/28 was when he died. And he said 6:45. Why did he wait so long to call the police? Oops. Girl on the upper path ran away as soon as she realized I was there. After that, I immediately called the police station to report the crime. Okay, it must have been 6:45 when I made the call. So the body was just sitting there for like 15 minutes? Must have a lot of free time on their hands since they showed up within 10 minutes. Okay, so they were there like 6:55. That kind of lines up because this photo that was taken, I'm assuming by the police, you know, it says 7 o'clock, so that checks out. I want to go back to... where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, I want to press this one again. Was there something important here? When does he, like, ask about the time? Maybe it's this one. Okay, how do you know what time it was? The detective told me, you know which one I mean, want the jacket, blah blah blah. Okay. Shut up, Gumshoe. So, he got, wait, so he got the time from, wait a second. He didn't know what time it was he called, but somehow Gumshoe was already there to tell him the time that he called? But then he had to call the police anyway, so what the fuck was Gumshoe doing there for? This guy's got a weird sense of time. Hang on. Okay, I think I know where we need to... 6:45 when I made the call. Okay, this is clearly the one we need to present on. I'm just not sure which. Is it this maybe? Do we like question why he waited 15 minutes to call the police? Because like these times are really suspicious. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, there we go. Why did he wait so long? Mr. Wellington, would you please take a look at this? You mean the victim's autopsy report? According to this, the murder occurred at 6:28 p.m. So what of it? You said that you called the police immediately after the murder took place. However, by the time you had called the police, it was already 6:45 p.m. There's clearly a 15-minute gap here. Do you deny it? I think this court would like to hear what you were doing during this 15-minute gap. Ugh. The witness was in shock at the time after witnessing a terrible murder. For 15 minutes? It only would be expected that he would be a little dazed. 15 minutes is hardly what I would call a little dazed. Mr. Wellington? Yes? Explain yourself. What were you doing during those 15 minutes? I like the first case of this one. It even though there's like a bit of a difficulty reset, you know, from between like case 4 of the last game and this one, it still feels like this is a step up from like the first case of the previous game. Like they kind of expected the player to have played the previous game a little bit, because like if you compare the logic, it was very much in the first game like, all right, look at this thing, compare it to the evidence, check the description. Does the description match up? No? Okay, present it. This one, you have to kind of remember what was said earlier in the case, you know, like take mental notes, and also just like think a little more abstractly, like why did this guy wait 15 minutes to call the police if he saw the murder, right? Hey, telephone, I mean, spit it out. I was searching for a phone booth. A phone booth? You mean you don't have a cell phone? You and your questions, as if you're trying to open all the layers of a Matryoshka doll. You must think you're something real special. Witness! I lost my cell phone. There. Are you happy? You lost it. Unbelievable. You lose your glasses and your cell phone. You must be very scatterbrained when it comes to your belongings. Wait, why is the judge allowed to insult the witness? What? Are you saying that first-rate people are never allowed to lose things? Haven't you ever heard that all geniuses... So I other now, since I don't think it's that simple. Plain people, you must understand. Enough. Oh man. Oh man. Wait, hold on a second. He lost his cell phone. Nick, that cell phone. Could it be... You mean this phone Maggie found? There's no way. Boy, I didn't see this coming. What should I do now? Fuck yeah, we're questioning further. Mr. Wellington, where is your cell phone right now? What are you getting all excited about? You seem to be a little confused. I found my phone, I'll have you know. See, here it is. Oh, I see. Looks like he's got his phone. And I thought that just maybe this was his. Well then, I think we've cleared this issue up. At the time of the murder, the witness did not have his cell phone because he had lost it. Therefore, the delay in his call was caused by his search for a phone booth. Must have been real hard to find a phone booth. I mean, you know, the year's 2015. Where are you gonna find a phone booth these days, right? Well, that's the gist of it. I guess you could put it that way and leave it at that. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the witness's testimony does not make any sense. I don't believe that there was ever a need to search for the witness to search for a phone booth. How dare you? You can't just make outrageous claims like that. You have some sort of proof, don't you? Well, yeah, of course. This evidence should be good enough, I think. Alright, so let's have this proof then. Please present the proof that the witness had no need to search for a public phone booth. Is this one right? Yep, there's the phone booth. It's quite simple, actually. Please take a look at this. At the crime scene photo? Is there a problem with it? Oh, there's nothing wrong with the picture. But if you don't understand my logic after looking at it, something is wrong with you. It's a phone booth. That is correct. All the defendant had to do is walk 3 steps. Mr. Wellington, why did you not use the phone that was right in front of you? I would imagine 911 calls are free on public payphones, right? I never had to use one for 911, so I would imagine that it is, though. I mean, they're free to use on your cell phone, after all. Have been for almost 20 years, at the very least. Surely he could have, like, walked over and just picked up the phone 911, bada bing, bada boom. Order! Order! What does reporting the crime a little late prove for the defense? Well, if you don't think that's weird, I have many more questions for you specifically, Payne. In what world is it fine to wait 15 minutes to report a crime that you witnessed? Like, the more you wait, the more suspicion that's drawn to you. It's as simple as that. The witness can't explain what he was doing for those 15 minutes. And if you understand what is in that picture, you're older than a millennial. Well, it's just a phone booth. They had phone booths everywhere when I was a kid. I didn't even have a cell phone until I was like 11. I mean, even my dad, who had a cell phone, I remember us always going around hunting for phone booths half the time. I can't remember why exactly we wanted a phone booth, because like he had a phone. He had multiple cell phones even, but we still did it. Found that out the hard way when I did at an airport when I barely even knew how to use a phone. My parents got mad at me. Oh my god. Yeah, that shit can actually get you in big trouble. I mean, I don't know what kind of fine it is. I'm sure it differs depending on the country. But yeah, if you call 911 and there's no emergency, then you can definitely get hit with a fine. Or even jail time, I think. Depending on how severe it is. That's reason enough to throw suspicion on his testimony. Yes, this is very true. What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Then I bet this phone is really his, Nick. He must have killed Dustin to get his phone back. But Maggie said that she was going to return it to him. So there was no reason for him to kill it for it. And on top of that, we still have the phone she found anyway. But if he wasn't looking for a cell phone, maybe he was looking for something else. Was he? Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Do you have any thoughts you would like to share with the court? Can you offer an explanation as to what the witness was doing during those 15 minutes? You know what? I'm not can I? Like, was he still searching for his phone? Perhaps. There's only one possible explanation. I'm assuming I have to click on this. Yeah, but am I a millennial? I mean, depends who you ask. Technically, I'm pretty sure I am. I think according to most people, I am. The contraband list? Or the list with the stolen stuff? Oh, you mean the cell phone list? Yeah, that's all this was. It was a list of con artists and their phone numbers that were found on this phone. They were all in the contacts memory of this phone. Why? Who knows? This was so that Maggie found this phone. She got apparently the owner called this phone and told Maggie that they were going to meet up at 6 o'clock at the park so she could give the phone back. But the guy never showed up apparently. And it was kind of suspicious because, like, I mean, all this stuff was on that phone, so maybe it was like some sort of like criminal phone or like a burner phone of some sort. What it has to do with this case, who knows? However, be forewarned that if your explanations aren't persuasive, you will be penalized. Think carefully before you present, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Probably shouldn't have said there was only one possibility. Please present to the court the one piece of evidence that will answer the following. Why didn't the witness call the police right away? Why didn't the witness call the police right away? Is it because he couldn't see? Maybe because he lost his glasses? So he actually like legit couldn't see the phone booth? I mean, if he actually has 2200 vision, there's probably a good chance he like didn't even know a phone booth existed. Let's be real. Con artist equals his college recruiter list. Well, okay, so that was his excuse, was that he was looking for a phone. Because he was trying to find his cell phone. But there's a phone booth like 3 steps away from where he witnessed the murder. So why did he need to do that? I don't think this is the answer, because we just went over why it was bullshit that he was spent 15 minutes looking for his phone instead of using the phone booth. There was no good reason for that. Now, you think he could still see the phone booth? I mean, I don't know what else I could do. Why didn't the witness call the police right away? Maybe there was an explanation. I mean, would the game, like, really hinge that hard on a 2200 vision thing? Like, would it expect the player to know what that even means? Beyond the fact that, like, it's shitty? Like, how precise are we getting with that? Why did the witness call the police? Like... I wonder if this was the right thing to do, is to press on this, or to like say that there's an explanation. I mean, I figured like I had to, because I mean, what am I gonna say? Like, I don't have an explanation. It's just like, all right, well, I don't need to listen to your train of thought. Then she's guilty. 2200 means he can't reliably read the first line, but he can still tell the line is there. I would assume the phone, but save and go for it. I can't save. We've gone beyond the ability to save. That button is gone. Alright, let's try the phone. I mean, he did say he was looking for it. That was his claim, right? As stupid as it is, it doesn't really explain why he was doing that instead of using the phone booth, but I mean, he did say he was doing it, right? No, okay, that's not it. Now, this game's a little different than the previous one. So, in the first game of the series, you didn't actually have a bar like that. You instead had, like, 5 exclamation marks, and each time you messed up, it was 1 exclamation mark. But then in the second game, they introduced a bar to replace it. So now different mistakes can cost you different amounts of penalty. So that's why we're only taking like one section away instead of multiple, like before. Why didn't the witness call the police right away? I'm gonna try the glasses. Yeah, it was the glasses. Mr. Wellington. What? Don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack. These are your glasses, aren't they? Where did you find... I believe the court all heard what you just confessed to. That these glasses are in fact yours. I'll tell you where they were found, Mr. Wellington. These glasses were found under the victim's body. Under the victim's body? So basically the first game had humanity points from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I'm sure. I never played that game. It looks really cool. I've seen gameplay of it before. I love the idea of like a CRPG made in the Source engine. That's got to be a lot of fun. But yeah, never played that one. But sure, I'll take your word for it on that. Yeah, it was just like, I guess for this collection they simplified it, but if you play the 3DS trilogy, they actually still have the exclamation marks in the top for the first game, and then replace it with the bar for the others. I was a little disappointed to see that change for this pack, but I mean, it was just more convenient to play this version. Since, like, really the game is a one-screen game anyways, it's just easier to stream this. Order! Now, wait a second, hold on. I didn't confess or confirm to anything. Your Honor, I think the answer is quite clear here. As he fell, Dustin Prince grabbed the culprit's glasses. The culprit knew that he had to find his glasses and searched frantically for them. Wait, I'm sorry, Dustin grabbed his glasses? Why would he do that? That makes no sense. Why would he grab for his glasses? What he didn't realize was that they were under the victim's body. And that is why it took him 15 minutes to make that call. Mr. Wright, are you indicating the witness as the real murder? Indicting the witness as the real murder? Of course. That's precisely what I'm doing. It's not the same as the other cornered, but it's still pretty good. I know I'm right. He's the real murderer. Did you figure it out, Nick? More or less. Turns out this cell phone was the key to this case after all. Anyway, now's our chance to Deep Six this guy. I'll sink him in one shot. Yeah! This is so exciting, watching work again. Somehow my old self is coming back to me. It's time to sink or swim. Everything rests on the edge of a knife. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Order! Order! Your Honor, the defense is making a mockery of this court. Without any solid ground to stand on, he accuses the witness of being the murderer. Yeah, that's right. I'm no criminal. This third-rate fraud of a lawyer. In that case, why don't we look at it from a different perspective? Let's say your explanation as to why you are not the murderer. Why, that's easy. For example, there's, the name the victim wrote. What about that? Oh, you mean the name Maggie? Yeah, even an idiot like you can read that, right? But we already know this was not written by the victim himself. After all, the defendant's name is Maggie, and the victim was left-handed. I have a feeling... I'm sure this read very differently in Japanese. Like, it was probably a lot more obvious that the names wouldn't have sounded the same. Like, the writing would have indicated that, because, like, reading this out loud, it sounds so stupid. Obviously, her name's not Maggie, it's Maggie. Like, they're pronounced the same. Am I pronouncing these words wrong? Like, I'm pretty sure that certain these are the same names when said out loud. There would be no way you could tell. Fairly sure he's used to being Deep Six or Deep Fist. I was expecting someone to go there. He doesn't have to. He has to be proven guilty. Not on this courtroom. He has to tell the court why we should believe he's not guilty. Guilty until after, once accused guilty, guilty until proven innocent. In other words, in order to make the defendant look guilty, the real criminal used the victim's right hand to write her name on the ground. How did he know the defendant's name, though? Like, at all? Like, how did he know that her name was Maggie? Regardless of spelling. But, wouldn't that mean that the real criminal was someone the defendant knew? Otherwise, how would that person know her name was Maggie, or Maggie? That is a good point. The witness didn't even know of Miss Bird before this trial. Ah, I forgot. Was there any way this creep could have known Maggie's name beforehand? Oh, there was a way. Are we gonna really go down this path, though? Is it worth it? This hunch? It would be best if I could prove that the witness had a chance to learn that the defendant's name was Maggie. Now, would the defendant please present its case? How could the witness have known the defendant's name? Mr. Wellington, you didn't have your cell phone with you on the day of the murder, correct? So what if I didn't? When you realized you had lost it, what did you do? Game has its own logic, so it doesn't reflect standard laws. Yeah, so the whole... From what I remember reading in an interview about this series, the creator of this series was, like, kind of fed up with the court system in Japan, or, like, he didn't like it. So he wanted to make a game that kind of, like, lampooned it, or, like, exaggerated it to, like, a worst possible case. So that's why he came up with, like, the 3-day trial system, and why the courts, like, work this way. Is because they're supposed to kind of parody and criticize Japan's actual court system, at least at the time, which would have been like 2000, 2001. And from what little I understand of Japanese law, it's actually not that far-fetched. Because in Japan, I believe there is, like, some precedent for, like, if you say that your client is innocent, you have to still prove that someone else is guilty. Like, apparently it's not enough for you to say that, to prove that your client is innocent, because then they ask the question of, like, well, if not them, then who? And you have to be able to show that it's someone else. And if you can't do that, then your entire case is just, is hogwash. It's really stupid. That doesn't make any sense to me either. Like, it means that the concept of no one being guilty doesn't seem to exist. Like, you can't just be like, well, we don't know who did it, but it's certainly not this person. That's not good enough over there. So in that regard, from what I understand, it's actually not that far off. What was on the crime name list? Nobody knows. I don't think we can check it. No, we can't check this. It's just a list of con artists and their phone numbers that were on the phone. That's all it is. Maybe we're getting to it. It sounds like we might be. When you realized you had lost it, what did you do? What did I do? Didn't you try to find it by calling it? Why you? How did you? Wait, so he tried to find his phone by calling it. Using what phone, exactly? Perhaps the phone booth that he didn't want to use to call the police? Is that what he used to call it? Your Honor, these questions have nothing to do with... Overruled. Mr. Wright, where are you going with this line of questioning? Do you think there is some relation between the witness's cell phone and the murder? I do, Your Honor. On the day of the murder, Maggie Bird picked up a lost phone in the park. And she also received a phone call from the owner of the phone. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. I'll be right there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. That was when you learned that her name was Maggie. But you made one fatal mistake. It's a mistake. My client's name is Maggie, but the name that was written on the ground was Maggie. This is a mistake that could only occur if you all knew how her name was sounded. If all you knew is how her name sounded. This text just doesn't make any sense when you read it out loud. Like, I'm just imagining him standing there in court saying this. It's like, he's not explaining why the names are different. He's just saying them. And if you hear them, there's no difference. Like, he's even confirming that they're pronounced the same, and yet he's making no effort to explain why there would be what the difference actually is in writing. That phone looks more like a wireless handset than a cell phone. It reminds me of, I had a toy phone that looked like this, like a toy cell phone. So this would have been definitely circa 2002. This is like, okay, so everyone knows the Nokia 3310. This would have predated that by a couple of years before they figure out how to hide the antenna inside the phone because the antenna was still too big. Like, when I was a kid, this was actually what people thought of when they thought of cell phone. Not even a flip phone. Those didn't even really exist for another few years. But phones with, like this, a panel of buttons, a little screen, and a little nub sticking out the top for an antenna. This is like the most generic de facto cell phone that you could possibly have in 2002. Very on point. Order! But, Your Honor, the witness has no motive. And your point is? It's very simple, Your Honor. A person usually would not kill someone without a reason. Mr. Wellington had no reason to kill anyone. Yeah, it's like a Nokia before the 3310. Like the little pocket thing. Like an older Nokia. That is absolutely correct. I don't have a motive. Is that right? Your Honor, can you explain what motive this witness could have had? It's very simple, Your Honor. Are you sure, Nick? If I said I can't offer an explanation, then the trial's over, right? Yeah, but... what explanation could I possibly give? Proof that the witness had a motive? Would it be this list? I mean, what else would it be at this point, right? Like pre-iPhones. Oh, yeah. 100% pre-iPhones. No, this is like, I wouldn't say it's like the earliest cell phones, but it's the earliest modern cell phone. But again, even my perspective is skewed because when I think cell phones, I forget that there's also the giant ass bricks people used to carry around that you definitely couldn't put in your pocket from like the 90s. So for me, this is like the earliest cell phone that I remember ever seeing. Yeah, it's got to be the con artist list. I don't know how, but it has to be, right? Mr. Wellington's motive is right here. What is this? A list? These phone numbers were pulled from the memory of the phone the defendant found. And we have determined that the people on this list are members of a certain group. You looked up all those numbers? Of course. This list of phone numbers was stored in the cell phone's memory. The names and numbers belong to people who are members of a certain con artists group. Con artists or a certain other kind of artist? Maybe a performance artist. What? Con artists? Can you explain why these numbers were on your phone, Mr. Wellington? This is an outrage, an invasion of privacy. Looking up the phone numbers on a person's phone is a worse crime than murder. You're one of those people, just like the cops who raid the brilliant artists, exert their genius at work. I don't care, Mr. Wellington. All I want is for you to tell us what this list is about. Think you, any of you, know what it's like to be a refined man such as me? Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness. Objection overruled. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Why would the witness have the numbers of a group of con artists on his phone? Isn't that obvious? The witnesses... They're all furries. No, see, he's part of the Final Fantasy house. They're all members of the Final Fantasy house. That guy's probably like, he's probably Cloud himself. He's obviously a member of the group. Well, wait. No, he's a victim of the group, because if they were calling him... No, wait, but he was calling it. Okay, hang on here. Yeah, he's a member of the group, because why would he have the number saved if he's a victim? Never mind. I don't know what don't even ask what train of thought I was going to. Who knows? Mr. Wellington is a member of this very group. All of your friends' phone numbers are stored right here on this phone. If anyone were to look into these phone numbers, it would be all over for you. That is why you had to kill. No, this is too much. That does make quite a bit of sense. Well, Mr. Wellington, would you care to explain? I got you now. That police officer. Your Honor. What is it, Mr. Payne? Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness. Is this all this guy can claim? Like, at least come up with something more original, Payne. You know, you did a better job, you know, back when Phoenix was an actual rookie. You said the exact same thing only a few seconds ago. Please, let us think about the content of that phone call. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I can give this back. The defendant had already promised that she would return the phone. After that, all Mr. Wellington had to do was meet Miss Bird to get his phone back. Why then would he need to kill anyone? That is a valid point. What does the defense think about this? If you think about it logically, then it makes sense. Then maybe we should think outside the box. So in other words, we should think illogically about it. And not make any sense at all. Okay. That makes perfect sense. Sure. You know, if we want to think outside the box and not use common sense in a court of law, there's a certain other game series that I'll be streaming at some point where that will happen a lot. Yeah, if we think like that, let's see. Maybe that slimeball knew something at the crime scene that made him commit murder. Or saw something. Your thoughts, Mr. Wright? Well, I don't think Mr. Wellington went to pick up his phone in a very friendly manner. But he was promised his phone, so why would he have been unfriendly to the defendant? Maggie say what time she got the phone answered? I don't think we went over that. We know it's before 6 o'clock, because I'm pretty sure during the recess, she mentioned that she was going to meet the owner of the phone around 6 o'clock. So it's presumed that it would have been before 6. I think. But I could be wrong about that. I think he must have seen something that didn't agree with him when he got there. Well then, Mr. Wright, what was this something that didn't agree with the witness? Oh, I know exactly what it would have been. It was the cops. What Mr. Wellington saw was the victim. The victim? You mean Dustin Prince? Dustin Prince had gone on his date right after his shift is over. I just got the pun. Like, up until now, all I could think about was Prince the singer and how he died, but that happened like 20 years after this game would have come out. I did not put his first and last name together very well. That took me way too long. I was never good at Mad Gabs. With no time to change, he went to the park still wearing his police uniform. Oh. Girl that picked up my phone was with the policewoman. He couldn't have known what they were going out, so he began to worry. He was afraid the policeman would ask a few questions before returning the phone. If I do anything suspicious, he might run a check on my phone. In his mind, it was possible they had already run a check on the phone. And he went into a panic, is what you're saying? Exactly. Officer Prince was murdered simply because he was in uniform. Mr. Payne, do you have any comments? I'm thinking. It seems the truth has come out at last. The witness, Mr. Wellington, you are... Oh, he's done. He is so done. Impressive. Not bad for a person with a third-rate education. What's that supposed to mean? The evidence. Evidence! Ugh, this guy was really creeping me out. All you've been waving around and talking about is that suspicious cell phone. Suspicious phone number this, suspicious con group that. They're all on this phone. But who's to say that phone is really mine? Where's your proof? Your evidence? You want proof that this phone is yours? I already told you earlier. That phone I've lost, I've already found it. You don't even have the slightest idea who the phone in your hand belongs to. But you can be sure it's mine. It isn't mine, you simpleton. What? Yeah, I was wondering that too. Like, we've been going on and on about how this is his phone, but then the fuck phone does he have in his hands right now? It feels good to see you squirm. We do seem to have a problem on our hands with this phone. Edgeworth would totally have something here. Edgeworth would back Phoenix up 100% right here. It's a shame that he's, like, semi-retired. This guy's going as crazy as Police Chief Gant? Yeah. Probably knows the guy. You know what? I bet Gant is in his little con artist ring. He seems like the kind of guy who would love to have that as a side gig. Whose phone is it? Without knowing that, it's meaningless as evidence. Your Honor. This is bad. I can't let him turn the tables on me like this. This cell phone. There has to be something I've overlooked. There's gotta be. Maybe... Could we check the fingerprints on this phone? I got it. We should check for fingerprints. Fingerprints? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wellington must have left some prints on this phone. Nick, don't you remember? When you got that from Maggie, you wiped it off. What? Why would you do that, Phoenix? We went over this and how important fingerprints are. Did you lose the dusting kit you got? You said there was sand all over it, so... wiped it? I wiped it? Pretty thoroughly, too. It's all so much fun watching third-rate trash babble like morons amongst themselves. He's made complete recovery. How many times do I have to say this? My phone is right here, you see? Oh, and incidentally, you can't check the numbers stored on this phone. Why not? Is there a reason I can't? It must have glitched because all the numbers just magically disappeared. Did he just wipe it in the middle of the courtroom? Did he just tamper with evidence? Gotta be joking. He erased all the numbers I was going to use as evidence. Mr. Wellington. What's this? By the tone of your voice, it sounds like you still have some fight left in you. I'm supposed to call it. I didn't get the option to call it. I got the option to compare numbers, compare contacts, and check for prints. Those are my two options. I'm sure the calling thing's gonna come up real soon here, though. The prints on the battery? I mean, you're not wrong. Phones like that, you know, back in the day, we could take the batteries out of our phones and replace them if we wanted to. I'm not sure why he would need to do that, because batteries in phones, at least in my experience back then, they were pretty durable. Those things lasted forever. Where did you finally find your cell phone? Oh, you're too much. And of course, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh my god. Now I remember. Huh. Looks like they hung up. Good. I finally found it. So that's when... What's wrong, Mr. Attorney? Why the harsh glare in your eyes? Nick, we've worked so hard to get this far, but if you don't do something quick, he's gonna get off scot-free. I know. I know this phone has to be his. But how am I supposed to prove something like that?
Mr. Wright, if you cannot prove who the owner of that cell phone is, your indictment has no basis and therefore no power.
Wellington has pretty eyes? Oh no. Womp is a Wellington simp. Confirmed. Here you have it. We have one person who thinks Wellington did nothing wrong. Just hit read down the last number on the phone and his will answer, probably. That's a good idea. We could probably do that. I'm pretty sure phones had redial. Mine did, but again, mine was like from 2005, so we started getting all the fancy features. But I'm pretty sure phones from like 2001 had that feature.
It looks like you came up a penny short.
Where did I go wrong?
Don't blame yourself. You're merely a third-rate lawyer. You only made one big mistake. Who are you? What are you? That's something you haven't figured out for yourself yet.
Who am I?
The court hereby concludes the cross-examination. If that will be all, I'll have to bid you gentlemen and ladies goodbye. I have a reservation at that ultra-fancy restaurant on the upper side of town. Thank you for your assistance. You've had a stressful day, so please, bon appetit.
What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just let it go at that? Please wait, Your Honor. All right, Nick. I think I might be able to prove it.
Prove it? Prove what, Mr. Wright?
Everything. Wait, what did Wellington do? This guy has just got accused of murder by Phoenix Wright himself. That's how you know it's bad. This guy is not innocent. At the very least, this guy is like part of a ring of con artists. Even if he didn't murder anyone.
Your Honor, the cross-examination has already ended. Besides, the defense is just going to badger the witness with more named questions. You will not harass the witness. Is that clear, Mr. Wright? Did you hear that? No harassment allowed, Mr. Attorney.
Please, Your Honor.
Very well, but this is your last chance, Mr. Wright. You may present one piece of evidence to the court.
I only get one shot at this.
If you cannot prove everything...
Okay, I'm gonna save here because I just... Depending on this game's train of thought, I'm pretty sure I know what to click on, because it's the one thing we haven't clicked on yet.
It's over, for your client and for you. Do you fully understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure you're well aware, Your Honor, but that cross-examination period has ended. Were you paying attention, Mr. Payne? I said that Mr. Wright could present only one more piece of evidence. Oh. Now then, Mr. Wright, this is your last chance.
All comes down to this. It's go time. Wait, why is go capitalized? Is that how that phrase is supposed to be written? I've never seen it written with like a capitalized go. He's a male prostitute and a murderer. Yeah, he's a prostitute and or con artist. Maybe like a prostitute con artist. Maybe he like cons people out of prostitution. Like he thinks you're gonna get some, and then he just pulls out at the last second and leaves. Whoa, 3 whole points, holy shit. One piece of evidence that'll explain everything. Okay, so here's my train of thought. Like you said, call him. I'm guessing we dial this number on the phone. So I need to present this evidence, because then Phoenix will use it to call his number on this cell phone that he has in his possession as part of evidence. And the theory is that it's going to ring the phone that is in possession of Mr. Wellington. I'm presenting this. I'm hoping this is it. Okay, good. I figured it was because it's the only thing we haven't presented yet.
Why, thank you. How nice. Here, please have one of mine.
Judge's business card. It's written in fancy script. The ink is strong and clear, but I still can't read it. See, this would have been a time when you could have, any one of these cards, you could have done a American Psycho reference. Unfortunate. You know, talk about like the type of paper it's made out of and the raised lettering on it.
Wait, what am I doing? This isn't time to be exchanging business cards.
Your Honor, there is something very important about that card, and that is... this card is important because of what's on the back. You wrote your cell phone number on the back, but that's exactly it. Can you please call this number from your cell phone? Huh? Right now? But court is still in session. It's okay. You'll see. Okay, if you say so.
Is the defense preparing something, Mr. Wright?
We are going to call my cell phone now. And then the court will see everything for what it is.
Of all the idiotic, stupid things to.
Why does Phoenix's phone have the Steel Samurai theme? I thought he hated kid shows and thought they were all stupid.
What? Why is my phone? What is this stupid sounding ringtone?
Mr. Wellington. How strange. I can almost swear that you're holding my phone.
You're... No, I can't.
By the way, before I forget, thank you very much for the lump on my head this morning. I don't think I need to explain any further except to say, when you went to retrieve your cell phone, you mistakenly took the wrong one. See, you know, it's a little unfortunate that they just happen to have the exact same cell phone. If this was really the year 2015, it's an understandable mistake because all phones look the same. And there is no difference between them. But, you know, considering this is the future year of 2015, it's quite a coincidence that they just happen to have the exact same make and model of cell phone.
So that is what happened. You were knocked out by Mr. Wellington.
He's a man who lives on his pride and self-image alone. Wait, at the last second, you mean like pulling out normally? No, like just before he's like gonna go down on them. He's just like, he pulls out, he's gone. He's out of there. He pulls out of the deal. That's why he's a con artist. He's like, oh yeah, I'm totally gonna fuck you in the ass. And then you get to him, you give him his money for the service, and then he just leaves. Then you don't get any. It's really unfortunate. This guy's like a master at his art. Those Nokias were common. And yeah, the 3310s were pretty common. I mean, actually, my parents had the exact same cell phone, for what it's worth. They just bought like 2 in a bundle together. But like, you look at like how many phones, like different designs of phones they had back then. The chances of someone having the exact same phone, because even if it was the same model, it probably wasn't the same color. Because phones always came in like a million different colors. Nowadays, it's like, your phone is black. It is a flat rectangle. It has a screen on it. That is your phone. I've probably just described everyone's phone in chat right now. I don't care what model it is, I probably described it. In order to hide this involvement with the con artist group, he has become paranoid and has lost all ability to make rational judgments.
And then Mr. Wright, the phone you're holding...
It's Mr. Wellington's, naturally.
Speaking of that man, how is he, Mr. Payne? He was arrested and has been taken away, Your Honor. Very well. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird.
Oh, they changed the confetti colors. Also, the effect looks a little different? I could be wrong.
That is all. The court is adjourned. I knew that the real you would have shined through eventually. I'm so moved for what you've done for me, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I feel really bad for Dustin. He didn't do anything to deserve this. It's probably because of me.
Huh?
My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures.
Your whole life? Can't be that bad, can it?
Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster,
I never won or even tied at a game of tic-tac-toe. My life has really been nothing but a string of disasters. How the fuck did you survive a 9-story fall? That's not a disaster, that's a fucking miracle. That is, pretty bad. Up until I went to college, I was known as the Goddess of Misfortune. And then at the academy, everyone called me Lady Luckless. Lady Luckless? How bad are you at tic-tac-toe? Look, I mean, I barely win tic-tac-toe too, until I learned, like, a certain trick. There's a way you can just, like, basically trap your opponent, and then you either always tie or win. And it's, like, impossible to lose. If you, as long as you go first, that is. If you don't go first, then you're pretty much fucked. So maybe her mistake was always letting her opponent go first. What's worse is that my misfortune always seems to latch on to those around me. What do you mean? When I see someone in trouble, I always try to help. Ah, that's right. You were talking about this earlier. It happened again recently too, sir. There's an old lady pacing back and forth by the pedestrian crosswalk. I gave her my hand and... before I knew it, we were having dinner at my house. What? Oh. I'm sure that Dustin's gone because of me. That's not true. That glove didn't even have any sort of special meaning. It was just a present to say thanks for covering one of my night shifts. Oh, I see. Everything's all my fault. Dustin's death, your head being all messed up. Well, I don't think my head is that messed up yet. I'm gonna find a new life for myself starting now. Next time we meet, I'm sure I'll have found a whole ocean's worth of good luck by then, sir. Yeah, after all, the Goddess of Misfortune is only a name. You bet. I'm gonna make it, I promise. Next time we meet, I'll only be an unlucky person, instead of a goddess. Yeah, that's the spirit. Well, Mr. Wright, Maya, I should get going. Okay, good luck to you. Thanks. You take care of yourselves, too. Yeah, maybe that's her problem. Clearly, it's because she was going out with guys and not girls. That would fix everything. What a day. I've got my memory back, but things are still a little fuzzy. But you're okay, and that's what counts. You really had me worried. Come on, let's go back to the office. I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So, this might sound bad, but, who are you? What? I thought you said you got your memory back. At that moment, everything really did come back to me. Detective Gumshoe? He's someone I've had clashes with in the past during certain cases, but he's also been a good ally during others. The judge? He's a lovable, kind old man who is easily swayed by other people's opinions, but in the end, he always comes up with the right verdict. This person. I haven't got a clue. He seems to know me, but maybe he's mistaken me for someone else. And this girl, Maya? You finally remembered. This is Maya Fay, my assistant. That's right. I have so many unforgettable memories about her. For example... Earth to Nick, what's wrong? You keep staring at me. Don't tell me you've missed me. Well, yeah, I suppose I have. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Oh. Well, I'm back now, so it's time for us to create new memories together. Alright, sounds good. All the phone numbers on my phone were erased by Mr. Wellington. I guess I have to start over from the very beginning. Come on, Nick. Let's go to our usual burger joint. Okay. Actually, hasn't even been that long since she came back to my life. And that story began on one rainy afternoon 2 months ago. Oh shit, a flashback. The chicken called. He wants his feathers back. Yeah, I don't know why she has feathers. I get that her name is Bird. But, yeah, the feathers are kind of certainly a touch. So all I remember about this episode is this is the point in the series where the localizers were like, ah, shit. We really fucked up with the first game. Now, before we do that, I'm curious. I need to see. I'm going to go to the wiki right now. I want to see how different her name was in Japanese. Because I'm sure that case was very different in Japanese. Because the whole, like, Maggie and Maggie thing, just, it feels like it doesn't make any sense. So I feel like there's gotta have been some like crazy change they would have. I mean, usually when it's something based like a puzzle based around a word or a name, you would think it would be. So I'm curious if her name it was distinctly different in Japanese. Okay, her name was completely different in Japanese. In fact, there's a whole pun on her bad luck. Yeah, okay, so her kanji for her name in Japanese was like completely different. And it was also pronounced like completely differently. Okay, actually no, the pronunciation was the same, but the spelling was completely different. So I don't know how the text was written. Might have even led to the same stupidity in when you actually read the dialogue. But it seems like it was completely different, so it's possible that it might have been easier to, like, because the kanji was different, they probably just could have been like, well, it uses a different kanji. And then they could have just, like, explained the kanji, because that's a common thing to do in Japan, is, like, someone uses, like, a really strange kanji. So here we are on case 2. It's no accident. I was drugged with sleeping pills. Look at these sick animations. I was murdered by that person. I do like that we're not seeing the suspect and the culprit right away anymore, unlike the first game. That's why I took my revenge. It's only fair, isn't it? Ini? Don't tell me she was blamed again for something. Reminds me, ever played Deja Vu? No, I don't believe I have. Is that another visual novel or something? You almost fell asleep while driving today? Oh no. Yeah, that's why one of the reasons why I never want to drive, because I am scared that like something like that could happen to me. Finally get to see you again, and it's not your fault. You didn't do it. No, I did it. I killed that person. We've been over this with everyone. Stop blaming yourself. 1, it doesn't help your case. 2, it's probably not true. I don't know how these people keep, like, convincing themselves of crimes they never committed. But that wasn't you. It doesn't matter. Might as well have been me. Can't believe something like this happened. Please tell me in the 3rd game, Maya does not get, like, caught for, or blamed, arrested for a crime. It's that gloomy, rainy afternoon that started this whole mess. Mind you, this is like a flashback, so it didn't happen after the previous case. I have to keep remembering that. This is like, timeline-wise, this case happened first. Same type of game as Shadowgate and the Uninvited. I, unfortunately, don't recognize those names either. Very classic Mac Adventure. Oh wait, no, Shadowgate Mac Adventure. Okay, yes, I saw your other comment there. No, I know what Shadowgate is now. Now it makes sense. That is the context I needed for those names. I've never heard of Uninvited, but I do know Shadowgate. In fact, I've played Shadowgate, the Mac Adventure. Forgot that existed. What depressing rain. Do you understand how depressed that makes me, do you? I guess. But actually, more than being depressed, I'm angry. Angry at that weather girl on TV. I think our little rainy spell will take a break with a day of sun. Is what that girl said. I'd stake my life on it. Well, it's the weather. But that's why I didn't bother to bring an umbrella today. What nerve calling herself a weather girl? She's going to hear about my $1,500 suit. About your case, unless you're planning on suing the weather girl? I'm sorry.
I thought that before we got down to business, we could have some friendly chatter. My name is Dr. Turner Gray. I'm a surgeon. Remind me never to end up under his knife. I'm here today because of this incident. Malpractice at Gray Surgical Clinic. 14 inpatients lose their lives. Oh, you're the doctor at? It's really quite upsetting. Did you hear me? Upsetting. Yes, I heard you. I agree, it's quite upsetting, Dr. Gray. The one that screwed up was that nurse. It was her that got the medications mixed up and killed those 14 patients. And yet, now listen good, and yet, that nurse had the nerve to go and die before admitting to her wrongdoing. She didn't even offer any sort of explanation to me. And this is the kicker. She up and has herself a grand old accident and crashes her car. Smash! Crunch! Instantly transforming her car into the accordion model.
That's right. But a year ago, all the tabloid shows were talking about it. 14 victims of medical malpractice and the nurse's mysterious fatal accident. There are rumors that Dr. Gray had actually caused that crash. People said it was to forever hide the person responsible for the malpractice incident. Wait. Why would he cause a crash? If he blames the nurse who died in the crash, why would he cause the crash? Why would he want to cover it up when he want, like, people to stop blaming him and blame the nurse instead? That doesn't make sense. I'm missing something here. One time I bonked my head on the horn after passing and the sound woke me back up. Well, that's good at least. That's a good use for the horn. I should add the others to your playlist sometime. Yeah, I never finished. I played the remake of Shadowgate that they released a while ago. They did like a full graphical overhaul of it. I think you can even play like the original Shadowgate inside the game to some degree. Like I think you can put the graphics back on, kind of like in Halo 2 Anniversary, where you can like toggle the graphics. But I didn't play it for very long or get very far in it. Surgeons and their egos, but it doesn't make sense because like if he blames the nurse and the nurse went and died, why would he cause the crash to cover up the nurse? Like it makes sense that he would cause the crash to kill the nurse out of anger, but why would the reason specifically be to cover up the incident? Like wouldn't that be a good thing to be like, yes, she was the one who did it and died in the crash. She got what she deserved. Like, wouldn't he have more of that kind of attitude? What is this? Ford Bronco Sport O.J. Simpson recalled on same day? The fuck is this article? Why? Why are we combining the death of O.J. Simpson and a fucking car? Is this the car he drove or something? Like, what's the connection here? Oh, that was the car he drove. Okay, that's pretty funny then. That's quite the coincidence. The same model of car that O.J. Simpson drove got recalled on the day he died. That means he was totally the reason for that car working, and now that he doesn't work anymore, the cars just break down. Or he's not alive anymore, the cars just break down. Moon Corey pretended to be a surgeon AI tool to do unscrupulous universal pearl experiments on patients. Yes, I agree, 100%.
Why would I? Now I'm just going to say this once. Why on earth would I want to kill that nurse? She's the one who killed those 14 patients, not me.
I think you need to take a deep breath, Doctor, and focus. And more to the point, this case is over a year old. Why bring it up now?
That's simple. Because the situation is slipping out of my grasp. This just won't do. My client isn't seeing nearly as many patients nowadays. The clinic. Do you understand what that means? It means they're not coming to my clinic.
You don't say. If it were me, I don't think I'd want to go either. So, what would you like me to do about it?
I want you to help me prove I'm innocent.
You do realize I'm a lawyer, not a private investigator, right? Yeah, if the case is over a year old, like, is it not closed?
No, this is something only you can do. Maya Fey. You know this girl, correct?
Maya? Why would he know her name?
I heard you were working under her for a little while.
Well, yes, I mean, hey, wait a second here. I worked under her? Yes. Am I wrong? She told me, so I'm not quite sure if... Well, we worked on a few trials together. But she went back to her hometown to undergo more training. Ah, yes, I heard. It must be lonely for you. What? Wait, I'm not... She must be an extraordinary girl to handle such rigid training. Huh? I have an acquaintance who knows a lot about these mystical sorts of things. She's the one who introduced me to Miss Faye. Is Maya really that famous? And I've already set up an appointment. For what? What else? A channeling. I'm going to have her call the spirit of that nurse that went and got herself killed. Oh. Maya, I wonder what she's up to right now. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. That's what she told me. I guess she's learned to accept her responsibilities and become an adult. It's a good thing she's not around here to say that. Not counting training, this will be her first time channeling a spirit. So she gave me one condition before accepting my request. A condition? The condition is you, Mr. Wright. She said that she wouldn't do the channeling without first seeing you again. Me. And that is why I've searched you out. You want to see her too, don't you? And so, that is how I ended up visiting Maya's hometown with the doctor. The men of the Fae clan, plumbers. See, they channel spirits, while the men channel poop. They make poop channels. I mean, hey, you can't go around channeling spirits with a clogged toilet after all. It's a very important job. Yes, the wonderful northern Californian town of Kudin. So this is Kudin Village, Maya's hometown. I mean, we all know Kudin, California, right? I'm sure we've all been there before. Oh, why, hello there. What an odd little girl. Hey, wait up, Pearly! Someone else is coming this way. Nick! Maya, how are you? It's good to see you again. Wow, I didn't think you'd really show up. It's not that big a deal. Make it sound like you were so far away. Well, maybe I exaggerated, just a little. It was only 2 hours by train. If I had known you were this close, I'd have visited more. No, you're not allowed. I already decided, you know. Until I become an adult, I have to work hard and be strong by myself. Oh, well. Anyway, congratulations. I'm glad to hear your training is going well for you. If it was Amtrak, it'd be 10. Exactly. This is clearly an alternate universe because the train only takes 2 hours and apparently you get to this place in California because they were in Los Angeles. Don't ask. This is when the point in the series where you're just like you just accept it. This is the direction they went. This is where we are, and we just go with it. Maybe this is like the alternate timeline where Japan won World War II or something. I don't know. Looks like you finally became a full-fledged medium, taking on your first job. Yeah, I didn't think it would be this soon. But this case, do you know the messy story behind it? Behold the power of the Maya Intelligence Network. Let's see. 14 people died because of malpractice on Dr. Gray's part, right? And to pin the blame on the nurse, he killed her in what appeared to be a car accident. Huh? So what is this Maya Intelligence Network anyway? The tabloids. That's what I thought. I'm just pulling your leg, Nick. What really happened is the exact opposite. I heard all about it from Dr. Gray. Oh, come on, Nick. I wouldn't take a crazed killer as a client. That's too scary, even for me. Finally remembers when my train car had a problem with the brakes and we sat on the tracks for 4 hours while we waited for an hour for them to try and fix it and then another 2 for the repair train to reach. Oh my god. See, I like the train here. Like, even just the local, like, transit train here also has problems. I think it's just a scheduling problem, though. As reliable as the trains are to get to their place on time, they're they always get bottlenecked at weird points on the track. Like, they have to just stop for, like, 10 minutes at a time on the track to let other trains pass because of the way the trains line up. Like, you'd think that they would do something about that and try and make the trains not line up. But, like, there's deliberate, purposeful delays on the tracks constantly. Just because that's just how they have the train schedule. Like, the train scheduling reminds me of some stupid thing I would do if I'm playing, like, SimCity or something. Trying to set up transit schedules. Like, a fucking kid designed it. So I get how you feel. It's not as long. It may not be, like, several hours. But it's still dumb. So, this is your hometown, huh, Maya? Yep. Kudane Village. But I hear that people call this place Medium Valley, too. Interesting. So, everyone that lives here is a spirit medium? Pretty much. Most of my ancestors were too, I think. That's probably true, since the Fae ability to communicate with the dead is so strong. Actually, only the women of this village are mediums. So what do the men do? They usually work someplace outside the village. Wow, you're right, they really were plumbers. By law, Amtrak has priority on tracks, but it has never been enforced. Well, I mean, I guess that's good that there's at least, like, a law for it, but if it's never been enforced, I'm guessing people have probably abused that then. They attempted to make up time. We were flying down the tracks a bunch of miles an hour. Jeez. Yeah, no, the trains here never do that. They're just like, oh, sorry, yeah, nope, 10-minute delay. Sit here and wait for another train to pass. Gotta do it, or else there's gonna be problems because we designed our transit system poorly. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you about that girl I saw earlier. Do you know her? Oh, you mean Pearly? Pearly? Pearl Faye. She's my cousin. Isn't she adorable? Just like yours truly. Cousin? Wait, then that means... Is she also a... Yep, she's a medium too. Pearly's a real genius when it comes to channeling. I see. I hope I didn't scare her when I tried to talk to her earlier. Nah, it's not you. My aunt drilled it into her head that if a suspicious-looking person tries to talk to you, run away. Suspicious-looking? Well, you're not wearing training clothes for starters. Of course not. Pearly's my aunt's most valued treasure, so she's not allowed to go outside of town. She doesn't know much about the world outside of Kudane Village. Aunt? Pearly's mother is my aunt. Duh. Come on, Nick. Well, Nick, I gotta get going. It's about time for the channeling to start. Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm doing the channeling in my house, so come on in, okay? After I'm done, we can grill up some juicy burgers. Ah, yes, this place is famous for its burgers. Can't wait to try them. Alright, good luck, Maya. Thanks. Well, at least she's still the same perky Maya. Might as well take a look around. Trains get delayed because people get killed on them so often. That too. They are very dangerous. Japan and Germany, they apologize if it is off by a minute. The US, maybe you get $5 off if it's off by an hour. Nah, see up here though, they don't do anything. They're just like, yeah, nope, delays are part of the schedule. Delays can happen. We can't do anything about them. Basically, they're just like, fuck you. Deal with it. Don't take transit if you don't like it. You know, speaking of actually people getting killed by train, apparently the new train line that they just put in and opened up like a few months ago, apparently people have like already died on it because like it's not... So the way the trains normally work in the city is they're all on like their own separate area. They're completely separate from the road. They never touch the road, they never cross the road. If they have to go where the road is, they go underneath. Like, probably, I would say a good 65 to 70% of the trains are subway. They're underground. If they're above ground, they're, like, far away from the road. You can't get to them easily by foot, and impossible by car. But this new line that they put in, they decided that it was fine to just make a street-level track, and, like, you know, how they do in some cities, they'll put the train track inside the road. So it's on the road itself. Kind of like a streetcar. Apparently, people in this city aren't used to that, and they're just stupid, and they walk onto those tracks. Because they don't realize that they're there. I don't know, don't ask, but apparently several people have already been injured and or died because of this new line, because of that little section track. It's not even like a big section of track. It's like maybe not even 10% of the new line, because it's only like one stop, and then you're out of the city, and you're out on its own line. So I don't... People are dumb. People are just stupid. I don't get it either. It's not a tram. It's kind of like a tram. Like it's well, it's not a commuter train. It's a transit train. Like it's like a subway, is what it is. But it's there's one section of tracks that are inlaid in the road like a tram, like a streetcar. But it's the train itself is still like it's a train. Like it's got like 5, 6, 7 cars attached to it. It's like a big electric transit train. Like you pay with like the same like bus fare that you do on the bus. Same transit fare as a bus. But this city, like Calgary, has a whole bunch of street level trains like that. Like probably a good chunk, like all the downtown core stations are all above ground, and they all have like the tracks embedded in the road. But not in Edmonton. Edmonton, like most of the trains are like subways, so they're all underground. But this new line that they put in, they decided not to put underground. They decided to put it at street level, which is, one, very inconvenient if you're transferring to it, and 2, it causes this, because I guess people in the city have never seen a train, train tracks go through the road, so they just don't think they're there or something. They just walk onto them, because that makes sense. It's an old-style phone booth. Can't say it fits in with this area too well. What do you mean it doesn't fit with this area? Dude, this is like the least American-looking thing here in this least American-looking city. How does it not fit in? My cell phone doesn't get reception up here, so who knows? May need it later. An old bus stop. It says Kudeen Village on it, on the sign. The buses seem incredibly inconvenient since they only come 3 times a day. That sounds better than half the transit in my city, so that seems really convenient, comparatively speaking. The biggest, most elegant of the buildings I can see from here. This is Fay Manor, the place Maya calls home. It's easily to be overwhelmed by its presence. Giant rock that seems to be reaching for the sky. Its origins are written on a beat-up old sign. Looks like this giant rock is called the Kudeen Boulder. There's a really complex explanation written here, but long story short, it's a big stone for spirits to live in, or something like that. Rustic thatched roof houses where the other villagers... Rustic thatched roof houses where the other villagers live line the street. They're nowhere near as large or as nice as the manor in front of me. It's kind of odd that I don't see any of the other villagers walking around, though. They all ran inside once when Phoenix came to town. They're like, oh shit. It's an outsider. Get out of here. Lock your doors. Dare you to lick the third rail. We can't. We don't have a third rail. The way the trains get their power, I mean, I know. I keep saying they're not streetcars. They're not streetcars, but they get their power in the same way. We have all the power comes from like above overhead, like electrical rail lines. Like then there's like things that stick out of the train cars and they latch onto them. That's how they get their power. It's that style. There's no third rail. Even underground, it's like that too. So the train tracks themselves are perfectly safe. You can walk over the train tracks, no problem. That's not the issue. The issue is like people are getting hit by the trains because they don't realize that they're train tracks. So the train just comes barreling through, and yeah, no one thinks that like this is a dangerous place to stand. Looks like an ATM with a phone on the side. Yeah, welcome to the part of the game where the localizers were like, oh, wait, our Americanization of this game is not going to work anymore. They tried the 4Kids the first game, and it worked fine. There was a couple little things here and there, like we just kind of hand-waved the fact that the police officer, Meekins, was, had a Japanese on his wrist. And then in the fourth case, I think there was like one thing that looked like it had Japanese on it. But otherwise, it was like, okay, whatever. This is... You could say this is America. And then this case happens. You can't say this is America anymore. But it's too late. We've already done it. They're in America. We can't retcon that now. Ah, Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you showed. It's a nice weather we're having today. Aren't you happy?
No, not at all. That stupid weather girl made the wrong call again. It will rain cats and dogs today, she said with a straight face. I can't believe they allowed such misguided reports on the public airwaves. Looks like talking about the weather with this guy is just asking for punishment. But anyway, this is a splendid manor. No argument there. It's hard to believe that this is Maya's house, though. I was given a guide map to this building. Here, Mr. Wright, I have a copy for you, too. A diagram of Fay Manor. Man, imagine having a house so big you need a map. I wish my house was big enough for that. Let's take a look at it. Where are we now? Okay, so we're here in the meditation room. There's a hallway, a side room. There's the channeling chamber. It's probably where they do all the fancy meditation. It's only partial guide map. There's even a page 2. That's a crazy huge house. What are you going to do once the nurse's spirit has been called? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to have her write a signed confession. A signed confession? Yes, a confession. Pay attention. I'll have her write this. 1 year ago, on May 2nd, 14 patients died due to my negligence. And then, on May 24th, I fell asleep at the wheel and died in a car accident due to my further negligence. I'm sorry and I apologize for being negligent. That's what I'll have her write. With a confession, the rain falling on my soul can finally stop. Oh, I see. Can you get a ghost to write a signed confession? Is that legal? So how did you hear about Maya Fey? I heard about her from an acquaintance, a girl studying the occult at the college. That girl introduced me to this village. This is the home of the Korean School of Channeling. The home, huh? I mean, if it's called the Korean Spirit School of Channeling, I would imagine that, yes, it probably would be appropriate to say that Korean Village is the home of it. Hence the name. And Miss Maya is a daughter of the Master, I hear. Master? Anyway, do you see that door? That's the room where people and spirits meet. Miss Maya's aunt is in there right now. Would you care to meet her? I guess we could go meet her. Wish my house was an airplane graveyard that is miles long. Yeah, like, what if you just lived in a hangar? Like, just buy a hangar, clear it out. Maybe, you know, you could probably put up, like, some barriers and walls around so you have, like, some semblance of rooms. But that would be perfect. Like, just think about it. It's one huge open space. You can modify it and section it off however you like. You'd have all the room you'd ever want. I guess the only real issue is, like, where do you put, like, appliances and plumbing? But, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's rooms for that already in such a place. It's perfect. She's a ghost. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm wondering, though. Like, how can you... If a ghost signs a confession, is that legal? Will they accept that in court? I mean, apparently the police used the channeling in the past, and no one batted an eye. No one thought it was weird. The only thing that was weird was that, like, apparently they convicted the wrong person because of it, but that was, like, apparently the police's fault, not the fact that they used channeling. Like, the spirit got it wrong or something. Yeah, that's what it was. It was like, Edgeworth's dad deliberately lied post-mortem to the police about who killed the other guy. But then it turns out he was right the whole time. As we saw in the case. Piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably esoteric knowledge only mediums would know. Let's see. Here's one in English. It says, 100 ways to save money. I like the notion that, like, Phoenix can't read any of this. Like, that's the thing. Like, we've just gone so far off. There is no sense anymore. Common sense has left the building. Phoenix speaks English. Here is a room full of Japanese. How are we going to handle this? I guess Phoenix just doesn't read any of it. Even though it's in America. Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. Someone with a lot of skill wrote these 4 Chinese characters with a brush. Oh look, here's a translation. Once in a lifetime. Its message is people should value their ghostly meetings as once in a lifetime chances. Seems appropriate.
The door that leads to the channeling chamber, the place where spirits and people meet. The iron in this door was tempered, making it very solid. Looks like there's a strong lock on this door to top it off. This door leads out to the winding way. The weather outside looks really nice. Is that it? I think that's it. Alright, let's go in. Given game logic, who knows here? Hey brother, how's it going? I mean, given game logic, I think it's safe to say that spirit channeling is perfectly legal and valid evidence in the court of law. Apparently, anyways. Beyond that, who knows? Because apparently this is like, I mean, it's a real thing that can be done. We've shown it proven to exist. So, I mean, since it exists, I don't see why it shouldn't be allowed in court. That's a lot of candles. Should we really be having that many candles in a wooden room like this? Wow, such a strange atmosphere in here. These flickering lights. I guess they're candles. Oh, what else did you think they were, hmm? You've never seen a candle before?
Good sir, who might you be?
My name is Phoenix Wright.
Oh, you must be that good sir.
Good sir? Is she talking about me?
You're a lawyer, are you not, good sir? I have heard much about you from Mystic Maya.
Is that so? Mystic Maya?
I am Mr. Maya's aunt, Morgan Fay.
Nice to meet you.
Ah, I had wanted to speak with you about a certain incident, good sir. It would seem that perhaps you ask too much of Mystic Maya in performing your duties. Most unbecoming, I'm afraid.
Huh?
Don't tell me you have already forgotten. That was it not for Mystic Maya and her assistants, you would surely not have won.
First a girl that runs away, and now an old lady who says I stink at doing my job. When did I become the poster boy for how not to make a first impression?
The past is the past, though. Let us speak of the present now.
Thank you. They're Japanese candles saying Kenta. Oh, of course, yeah. No, I mean, common mistake. I wouldn't have been able to tell either if they were Japanese candles, to be fair. Going well, just finished Rhythm Doctor 5X, was difficult and barely managed to pass. Yeah, that one took me a few tries too. And that was also like the fact I haven't played that game in like 3 years at the time. It's the lady but from FF7 but H. Oh yeah, the massage lady, right? So why do you add Mystic to Maya's name? Isn't that a little strange?
Good sir.
Yes.
How dare you be so rude and disrespectful towards Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. Is this guy really questioning honorifics in this place of all places? Like, did they just add the personality trait to Phoenix that he's just completely ignorant to like the practices here? Or is this how he was in Japanese too? Because like I feel like this sort of exchange in Japanese wouldn't make a lot of sense, considering that's just how their language is. You know what? Probably best not to think about it. Just eat your hamburgers.
She must be addressed by her proper title, good sir. You must call her Mystic Maya.
So about Mystic Maya,
It is the blood.
Excuse me? Blood?
Mystic Maya carries the blood of the Master. In actuality, she is the only one remaining.
Only one remaining? What's that supposed to mean?
Mystic Maya is the last of the rightful heirs of the Korean channeling technique.
Okay, then where do you stand?
That is a little more complicated. Although a woman of the Fae clan, I am merely a member of the Branch family.
Branch family? What's that?
It is as it sounds. For a member of the Branch family, no matter how her spiritual power, she can never become the master of the Korean school.
So, how strong are you?
It is a shame, however I will admit. I cannot even begin to compare the lowliness of my power to the Master's.
So that's how it is. So, today's channeling will be your first?
Yes, good sir. Because of the spirit of a person who dies in a traffic accident is usually very strong. It is usually easier to call that person to our world.
Why does a traffic accident specifically make it easier to call a spirit? We need like a tier list of like the potential and difficulty of like calling spirits depending on like how they died. Where does getting like maimed by a tiger or eaten by a shark rank on this scale, would you say? Is it higher than traffic or a little lower?
The channeling will take place here, in this channeling chamber, good sir. As you can see, I am in the process of preparing.
I'm guessing she's the one that lit all these candles. Surely they don't just, like, leave them lit. Really ignorant to Californian culture. I know, right? Can't believe these people. Fucking Phoenix Wright, you know, just, like, not understanding Californian culture, such as, you know, proper honorifics in this Californian home. And their California letters on her California kimono explain everything. Exactly. See, what's going to happen is we're going to do this channeling, and then we're going to go and enjoy a nice American meal of hamburgers while we all sit around the very American kotatsu, enjoy a nice American conversation in this American home. So this room's the channeling chamber?
The place where a spirit medium speaks with those who have departed.
I don't suppose you mind if we observed the session.
Do not even think of such nonsense. Only the medium and the client may enter here.
Oh.
The secrets of the Kurein techniques cannot be seen by just anybody.
That never stopped Maya from doing it in front of me before.
It is also for your safety, good sir, if something were to go wrong. That is why, while channeling is being performed, that heavy door is securely locked.
Just what exactly do they expect to go wrong? Oh, that's what the lock's for.
Oh, yes. I wonder if you have yet to meet Pearl, good sir.
Pearl?
She is an adorable, angelic young girl.
Oh, that odd.
She is my daughter. Now then, what was it you were about to say?
What a cute daughter you have.
A pure heart that knows not of the evils of this world is a powerful thing, good sir. Please refrain from affiliating with her, I request.
Well, it's not like I had the chance to anyway.
I must insist and stress that you do not let it occur.
Okay, I get it. My home looks exactly like this, except more lit candles? Aw, damn. I wish I had that many candles. You know, it'd really save on power bills if you just had like 1,000,000 candles in your house. Let's take a look around this place. What can we see? I guess this is an altar. Whatever it is, it feels very important. A mirror-like object with a cloudy reflective surface, and some branches of a sacred tree have been set in a predetermined arrangement.
Good sir, I wonder if you would please not touch the sacred objects. Those objects are being offered to the spirits. If you were to touch them, good sir, they would become cursed. Yes, cursed.
Wow. Phoenix Wright, cursed. Confirmed. She really didn't have to talk down to me. I'm not that much of an idiot. This folding screen is really showing its age. All of its edges are a bit tattered. The lettering is faded too. I think I recognize a few of the characters on here. Wait, so he couldn't read any of the stuff outside? But he could read some of this? Oh, okay. Ku-ra-in. I'm pretty sure that's what it says. Maybe I'll ask Maya about it later. There's some empty space behind the folding screen. The light of the candles can't reach back there, so it's completely dark. Can we slide? We can. The meditation room is on the other side of this very heavy-looking door. There's a giant iron lock where the handle is. Feels like a curtain that separates the normal world from the spirit one. This is where the medium sits, I assume. There are 4 panels of this flooring. The straw on the flooring feels a little damp, probably from the humidity in the air. Yeah, not a lot of ventilation in this room, I would imagine. Although I feel like with all the candles lit, you'd think it'd be fairly dry in here, no? Alright, where else can we go? I guess to the Winding Way. Like torches in Minecraft, there are candles in every inch of my house to avoid the spawning of zombies when yeah. See, that's smart. I don't it's probably, I probably have that problem. There's a few dark spaces in my room too. It's a wonder, but you see, there's no zombies because I'm within 21 meters of those dark spaces, so they can't actually spawn yet. It just works out that way, fortunately. So what murder is occurring in this place? I don't know yet. I think we're gonna find out soon. Because so far there isn't any murder. It's just some guy who wants to, like, finally clean up, like, whatever rumors were surrounding his supposed murder of 14 people and a nurse. Wow, this garden is really breathtaking. Someone put a lot of love into it. What is that over there? Is that an incinerator? Looks a little out of place in a garden like this. A splendid garden with a small lamp and traditional decorations. Ah yes, traditional American decorations. It's a bit small to walk around in, although that incinerator piques my curiosity. Somebody's wallet is being murdered by paying for a seance. Oh yeah, you know they're charging an arm and a leg for this shit. Especially since they know he's like a big shot surgeon from a hospital. Like, they're probably charging him like triple. Small incinerator. I don't think garbage trucks come all the way out here to tiny villages like this. So every family has to burn their own trash. Are we sure garbage trucks don't come out here? Because even when I lived in like a small backwoods village, they had like a central garbage and recycling area that you'd put all your stuff into. And I think like even weekly, they had a truck that would come out and empty those bins. Like they had huge dumpsters that everyone would put their trash into, and like huge recycling dumpster bins. And they'd have like a garbage and a recycling truck come by regularly, like once a week, to pick up all the trash from those bins. So the fact that nothing comes out here is actually kind of surprising. Looks like there's a room over there too. A peaceful feeling is emanating from it. It's a really old urn. The ashes of a person long dead are inside. Looks like something with a long history. Other than that, it's not very interesting, so time to move on. What is this a link to? In fact, while I was on vacation, I didn't sleep for too long, so I got attacked by phantoms on the beach. Wait, but if you slept for any length of time, how did you get attacked by phantoms? I thought phantoms only attack you if you don't sleep for 72 hours. Thought that was the rule. Is someone sleeping in that bed? Why is the blanket raised? So this is the side room. Looks like it's more of a break room. There's bedding spread out on the floor. Looks like someone's sleeping in one. Ah, it's because someone is sleeping in there. I shouldn't disturb them. We're gonna disturb them anyway. There's bedding spread out on the floor. Is that someone sleeping in one over there? She's probably an exhausted medium taking a break and catching some Zeds. If I wake her up, she might be grumpy and throw a spell on me. It's probably a good idea to not disturb her sleep. Can they do that? I thought they just channeled spirits. I didn't think they, like, casted spells. I feel like that's a different game series. It's a small alcove. I have no idea what it's supposed to mean or symbolize. If I had one of these in the office, it would end up as a storage space. But here, it's decorated with some pretty flowers and a beautiful hanging scroll. Not really, like, the most efficient use of space, but I mean, a place like this has a lot to go around, I guess. The Canadian curse is Z. I think the American curse is Z. You're the only place that says it like that, no? They say Z in Britain, too. So who's the real correct one here, hmm? It's a decorative wooden bear sculpture. There's a plate attached to the base. Kudain Village, the heart of channeling. What the? It's a souvenir. So does this mean it's easy to spot bears here? And for them to spot you? Ooh. Watch out for bears. You know, we had a coyote actually walk into our backyard the other day. So not even the middle of the city is safe. This is the first time I've seen a sliding door like this in person. From here, I can see the winding way in the little garden in the courtyard. that is it for this room. Guess we probably don't need to be here yet. Oh, maybe we do.
Hey, you. Hold on now. This gal's got a few questions to ask.
I'm sure I've heard that southern accent somewhere before.
Oh, well, I'll be. It's Mr. Phoenix Wright. How you been? Haven't seen you in, what, a year?
You are, you're a lot of heart, right?
Bingo. I'm the one and only paranormal photographer, lot of heart.
Ah, so I guess you're still at it, being a photographer, I mean.
Of course. And today I'm going to get myself a real scoop. You wait and see. Oh, that's right. This ain't no time to be wasting. Channeling's about to get started.
Is it that time already?
We all should hurry up and get to the meditation room. What are you waiting around for? Come on.
Every language with a Z say Z. Not Z? Name me one other country that says Z. Just one. A lot of heart, huh? I've been judging her harshly because of that case. But I guess looking back, we had some good times too. Did we? I don't know about that. I don't know if I'd call them good times.
We will now begin the channeling. Mystic Maya and honored guests, please proceed into the channeling chamber.
With this, I can finally swat at all those pesky flies, once and for all. You hear me? They won't be able to say a single bad thing about me after this. You would love to hear them apologize, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? Me? Oh, yeah, I sure would.
Mystic Maya, do you have the channeling chamber key?
Yep, right here. Wow, that is a very fancy key. Where'd you get that made?
That is most satisfactory. That key is one of a kind, so please take care of it well. You'll be fine, Aunt Morgan. I won't lose it, trust me. Okay, Dr. Gray, let's get started.
Finally, let's go! Russia? They don't say Z in Russia? But does Russia even have the letter Z? In the same way that we do? I mean, I don't know, Zambia and Zimbabwe, maybe if they use it there. I don't know. I would imagine that like a lot of the British colonies though, they would say Z. Like India, does India say Z?
Now then, let us wait patiently out here for them. Please have some lovely bitter green tea and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. Hold on now, Granny. Granny, how come we ain't allowed in that room? Dear madam, you have an impressive grasp of English. From where did you learn it?
Wow, insulting her English.
What? I'm from the heart of the heartland. Is that so? Then I humbly request that you return to this heart of the heartland.
Ooh, it's on now. Okay, we're getting to the murder part.
What are ya? This is Korean village. If you cannot follow our traditions and rules, we request that you leave. Sorry.
Wow, she shut Lara up. Now that's impressive.
Now then, let us wait.
Huh. That's certainly an interesting noise to hear. Is that normal for spirit channelings? Bangs that sound like guns?
Hey now, what was that just now?
Came from inside the channeling chamber. Okay, maybe it is normal. I mean, there's two of them after all.
That's a gunshot.
I mean, she would know what a gunshot is. You know, after December.
Excuse me? I've heard that sound before. It's a gunshot. I bet my afro on it.
But Maya's in there. Heartland equals Hickville. It's weird. I'm interested in why they use the term Heartland and not like the South specifically. Cause like, I mean, it's likely that she's from like Okinawa or somewhere down there. in the Japanese version, because that's where the accent comes from. Like, usually an Okinawan accent, they decided that it's the southern accent. It's equivalent to the southern accent in English. Like, whenever you see a Japanese game and a character is like localized as being southern, it's probably because of they were from like the Okinawan or Kyoto area of Japan. So but it's interesting that they specifically use the word heartland here, and not like just the south though. Part of the heartland would be a trailer park, you're right. Now it's like the US. Exactly. They don't have guns in Japan. That's unrealistic. There would never be a gun over there. I'm breaking in. Fuck you. Fuck your traditions and rules. If I hear a gunshot, that means those traditions and rules are off the table.
Well, Mr. Lawyer, what's the plan?
What else? We're going to break in.
What? But there's only one key and that kid's got it.
We're going to have to break the door. Is that alright, Miss Faye?
Well, yes, but there is one matter. That is...
Don't try and stop me. You can send the repair bill to the Wright & Co. law offices later.
Yeah, but that's what I call being a man.
Dr. Gray!
I was murdered.
Maya?
That man murdered me. So I killed him.
What?
Lotta, at a time like this? Times like this are perfect for snapping up shots. But anyway, what's going on here? This gal, you see, Maya?
Step away from there.
Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. But, hurry, before there are more victims here. Hey, let's go, city boy. Leave this to the granny.
Japan has guns, but they are suspended if they even fire a bullet, whether it's justified or not. Now, I mean, these are guns like, I don't know, they have guns, but do they shoot them twice in a row? Now, that person seemed pretty trigger happy. They shot twice. No one ever shoots twice. Unless you're unconfident with your gun. Why don't we call Japan Nippon like it is in Japanese? Because they don't always call it Nippon in Japanese either. I don't know where the word Japan came from, honestly. It is very different than, like, their words for it, after all. My cell phone doesn't get reception way out here, so I ended up using this phone booth to call the police. The same reason we refuse to use the metric system. I still don't understand why you guys refuse to use the metric system. The metric system is great. Everyone should use the metric system. You got 10 fingers. The metric system is based on tens. It's just logical.
And?
They're on their way.
That's good. Hardy, I saw a genuine, mysterious phenomenon.
She seems really on edge because of all this. Not that I blame her. I'm scared to death by what's going on.
Hey, mister. That gal, Maya. She wasn't one to pull the trigger, was she?
Okay, see, this is where it gets complicated. Because, like, that is Maya.
But it's also not.
Like, whenever they channel spirits, their entire body changes. They transmorph into whoever they're channeling. So, could one not postulate that, like, they're not at fault? Like, it actually is a different person? Like, wouldn't their fingerprints change and all that, too? Like, what aspects of them change? Because we know their face changes, we know their chest changes for sure. Is it not safe to assume the rest of their body changes? Like, at what point can we stop blaming the host body and start blaming the person that was channeled? Are we then to blame the host for channeling the person in the first place, then? It seems like a really complicated matter here. that I feel like normal laws and regulations cannot apply to. Lana doesn't know that when Maya's channeling, her whole physical appearance changes. Yeah, okay, see, now we're bringing it up as like a rule. That her appearance changes. So, like, is she not the same person? Is it really Maya? Can we really say that she's at fault here? Is this why she was arrested? Like, this feels more like the police just wanting to blame someone, and since they can't blame someone who's dead and gone, they gotta blame a real person. They gotta arrest someone.
Then again, weren't there only 2 of them in there? I reckon she must have done it then.
Put it this way, if Roman numerals were taught in 1776, we have idiots insisting we use them instead of Arabic numbers now. But we do still use Roman numerals. Do people not learn Roman numerals in school anymore? Is that not a thing? I did Roman numerals throughout all of 1st and 2nd grade. And when I went to school in the 3rd grade, they had like posters on the walls explaining Roman numerals, like I is 1, I is 2, L is 50, D is 500. Roman numerals being used in math class? Yeah, they taught them in math class when I was a kid. That was like 20 years ago. Is that not a thing anymore? I mean, I don't know why we were taught them, to be fair, but we were taught them. Like, there was like probably a good like 3 or 4 lessons across multiple years of us learning Roman numerals, and like we even did like math problems with them. Simple ones, but it was just like mostly to confirm that you understood what Roman numerals were and how to write them. Don't ask me why we did. I can't think of a good reason. I mean, I know books still use them, like when you're doing like prefaces and appendixes, like they usually use Roman numerals to number the pages so that they're differentiated from the actual book. But like, yeah, why do you need to know them? I couldn't tell you.
Lana, what do you know about Dr. Gray? Not much, but I did some digging. That's one gent with a bad reputation.
Really?
I hear he's good at surgery and stuff, but his personality stinks like wet sheep.
I sort of got the same impression myself.
He's real controlling. Soon as his nurse or patients don't do what he says, he starts a-hollering. Must have been real rough working for him.
Do a linear equation using Roman numerals? And long division? I mean, like, it would just be like using numbers. It would take up a little more space. It'd be a little clunkier for sure. It's a little harder to write like 57 in Roman numerals. Takes more room. But it's not impossible. It's just the same thing. There's nothing different about them. Do we need to examine? I guess we're done examining here. And we're done talking, so we might as well move. Why is she here? That is a good question. I don't know. She was, I guess, hoping to see a spirit channeling. She's a big fan of, like, the supernatural and all that. Because as we found out in the previous game, that was her actual reason for being at the lake. She wanted to take a picture of the monster, the lake monster that was there. Whatever her name was, I forget. But it wasn't to, like, capture birds or space stuff or whatever she said. It was to, like, look at supernatural things. So, obviously it makes sense that she would come to a village where such things are commonplace.
Ah, Mr. Wright. Miss Faye, how's, Mystic Maya? She has returned to this world. The spirit severing technique was successful. Let me see her, please. She is still unconscious. I humbly request that you wait outside for her recovery.
Yes, I just have to wait. The police are here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? You again? What are you doing all the way out here, Detective Gumshoe? It's actually kind of funny. I was in the area for a business trip, pal. Well, time to check out the crime scene. I'll have to question everyone here later on. So just sit tight, alright? Why is he grinning at me?
So I show you to the scene of the crime, Detective Jim Shu.
My name isn't Jim Shu. The 2 of them went into the channeling chamber. I guess all I can do for now is see what everyone else has to say. Final Fantasy uses them, but like you wouldn't. I don't think that's the reason they teach them in school. I don't think you go into like second grade like, all right, we're gonna learn Roman numerals because this video game series insists on using them in their titles. Like, okay, so you have like a handful of clocks that might use them. You have one video game series that uses them. Books still use them. And the Super Bowl. That's like 4 instances I can think of Roman numerals being used in like a common place that people would recognize in some form. I can't think of any more reasons than that. Oh, and I guess copyright dates on TV shows. Specifically TV shows, unless they've stopped using them now, but every TV show I've ever watched used Roman numerals for the copyright for some reason. Never actual numbers. If I remember correctly, the Romans were famous for their pizza and like meatballs. They also were famous for making Mario. Oh, of course, yeah. They made Mario, so now we're indentured to them and have to use Roman numerals all the time. Thanks for that. Pretty sure there was someone sleeping here earlier. Like, how can I help you? That is, like, so isn't it about time to start? Uh-huh. Time to start what? You know, like, the channeling. Channeling? No, actually, the situation has kind of changed. Huh? Like, what do you mean? Please stay calm, but there has been a murder. So, like, a murder is that thing where, like, one person kills another, right? Yes, a person has killed another person. Oh, that's, what are the words I'm looking for? It's like totally a bummer. Yeah. After all that effort, that's all she had to say? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to, like, introduce myself. My name is Eenie Meiny. At the college, I'm researching and studying parapsychology. She goes to college? Parapsychology? That's right. I think people, like, usually call it occult studies or something. Like supernatural phenomena, ESP, and psychic powers, that sort of stuff. That's pretty out there. I like that there's a course you can take at college in this world called parapsychology, and it's taken seriously. I don't think anything like that would exist at any respected college in our world. Hey, Yotin, how's it going? Man, that murder really ruined the vibes. Oh, totally. I mean, except for her, apparently. She's just like, oh, a murder. Okay. That sucks. I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. So, what brings you here today? So, I was the one who told Dr. Gray about this place. He asked me, like, do you know of a good spirit medium? Dr. Gray did say something about being introduced to this place. Cause, like, talking to dead people and, like, multiple personalities are my thing. I see. Then why were you taking a nap here? Like, I wasn't feeling good. Huh? I'm, like, allergic to sesame seeds. They, like, must have put some in the food they served for lunch. Oh, that doesn't sound fun. So I, like, felt sick and came in here to, like, sleep. I totally feel like I've wasted my time because I, like, slept a long time. Oh, I'm already hating her dialogue. So you were sleeping here the entire time? Yeah, ever since lunch. So you don't know anything about the murder that took place? Like, what? Oh, that. I, like, totally know nothing. I've met people in real life who are this ditzy and dumb. Yeah, I have too. Definitely. They didn't talk quite like this, though. I don't think I've ever seen anyone talk quite like this. Not like this. Like, using like for sure. A little more than you probably should. But not like this. So, who was, like, you know, killed? The surgeon that requested the channeling, Dr. Gray. You and Dr. Gray knew each other, right?
I don't know any Dr. Gray.
Oh, really? Then what was all that talk about him earlier?
Huh? Well, like a long time ago, I was like a patient, yeah.
She sounds like she's trying to hide something. Can I don't have anything to present. Okay, never mind. We're not even gonna bother. Not really getting anywhere with this investigation yet. This is actually like California now. Okay, good. I'm glad we've been able to reestablish the appropriate, let's say, atmosphere of California. You know, amongst all of this wonderful Californian scenery, of course. I'd totally be good with leaving out the likes. No. We gotta read every word as it is. It's part of the fun of these games is like all the different characters. There's no one here, as usual, except he's completely wrong. That girl has a forehead bigger than your hopes and dreams. Hey, how are you? You're Pearl, right? Silent as ever. What's that she's got in her hand? I've seen it somewhere before. What is it? Is it my hair? Is it too spiky? Not spiky enough? And she's gone. Well, let's go back then. Okay. She's probably scared out of her wits after having a murder take place right behind her. Lotta?
God, don't let it be me next.
Don't scare me like that.
What do you mean? You're the one scaring me. If I weren't so tough, you'd have another dead body on your hands. Mine.
Did you see or notice anything that stuck out at you?
Nah. Well, maybe one thing.
What is it?
Turns out my poor stomach's not good at handling this kind of thing.
What?
Curses and ghosts and stuff coming back to get you. It's just too much, I say.
Wait, this is your whole, like, thing, though. Wait, you telling me you're scared of ghosts and shit? You were so excited to see them earlier. What is too much?
Being a cult photographer. I have some scary stuff, so I think I'm gonna try being a celebrity photographer now.
Going after photos more within your reach from now on? More glamour, less gore? What's up?
Oh, yeah.
What is it?
I took some hot pictures earlier.
Huh?
Remember? I took some pictures at the murder scene inside.
Ah, she did. 2 even.
Seance murder. I sure like the ring of that. It'll be a sensational story.
Lotta?
Sorry, but my journalistic sense is burning inside me. Hate to cut and run, but I'm heading back in. Gotta beat those cops to the scoop of the century.
Good luck in there. Careful with the dead body. Don't want to get yourself incriminated again. My God, you're surrounded by idiots. And Mr. Wright isn't very smart himself. Yeah, it's pretty... The fact that he found people somehow dumber than him is pretty impressive. I don't know who's scarier, Lotta or the spirits. Why does it feel like we've been through this before? I mean, we haven't really done anything of note. We've kind of just been going back and forth in circles here. Police are busily running here and there, and I don't see Maya anywhere. Hey, you! Don't touch anything! Look, I really need to ask you some questions. Don't look at me like I'm some sort of uncaring jerk. I'll tell you what, pal. I'll let you ask me a few questions, alright? About Maya. I hate to break it to you, pal, but, with the way things look now, that girl's the only one who could have done it. Yeah, only Maya and the victim were inside this room after all. But Maya is... You can ask more about her later, pal. Right now I got a job to do, and that's collecting evidence. Detective Gumshoe looks like a real professional. And yet, something about his expression still looks the same. So, Dr. Gray was shot with a gun, huh? He was shot in the forehead. But he's also stabbed in the chest with a knife. A knife? Basically, the Vic was the first stabbed and then he was shot. Why? That seems a little excessive, no? We can't even examine the blood. We can't examine shit. Alright, good talk. Actually, I don't have anything to present, right? Nope. Cool. Alright, see you later, Gumshoe. Back out we go. Hey, in bed, catch the rest of this tomorrow. Alright, well, thanks for coming by, Wings. We're probably just gonna go until the end of this investigation. I'll admit, gonna be real, don't have plans to do the whole case tonight. That first case was a lot longer than I thought it was gonna be. So we'll probably get to the first trial day and then pick this up next time. Oh, dear madame, you have such impeccable timing. Like, what's all the buzz? Alright everyone, listen up. You too, pal. I'm gonna give you all a brief update. Right now, it looks like the investigation's not gonna be done until real late. It is a terrible shame. I propose that everyone sleep here under the roof of the Fey Manor tonight. Oh, hell yeah. We got ourselves a free vacation. What a mess. Can't believe how crazy this day turned out. Maya's arrested and then taken away by the police. And I don't see myself getting any sleep tonight. One day later. Morning. I guess I must have nodded off at some point. Yeah, it's called sleeping through the night. Happens to the best of us. I hope Maya's okay. I should hurry and get to the detention center ASAP. Oh, we're just going straight back, eh? Okay. Nick! Maya, what am I gonna do? I never imagined it would turn out like this. Calm down, Maya. Take deep breaths. Come to think of it, the first time I met her, it all started right here, in this detention center. Ah, yes, the wonderful memories of meeting someone who got accused of murder. Good times. I finally get to see you again, and it's not your fault. You didn't do it. I mean, isn't that the big question here, though? Did she do it? Because it wasn't her. But it was her. But it clearly wasn't her. No, I did it. I did do it. I killed that person. But that wasn't you. Doesn't matter. Might as well have been me. I was too weak, and I couldn't control the spirit's power, so... I don't want to bring up the case quite yet, but... You don't have to be nice to me. I understand. So you're the master something of the Kurin School of Channeling? Actually, my mother isn't for now. But since that title's passed from mother to daughter, I guess I will be someday. But many people think that channeling isn't real, that it's all just an act. You believe in us, don't you? Yeah, because I've seen it with my own eyes. When Maya's channeling a spirit, not only her voice, but her whole physical appearance changes. It's a supernatural phenomenon that occurs every time. It happened this time, too. Dr. Gray said that he wanted to call the nurse, so... Maya's body must have taken on that nurse's appearance. What exactly happened in the channeling chamber? If your shadow killed somebody, would you be charged for it? Can I prove that it was my shadow physically that did it? I mean... Could I be charged for it? I guess that's the question, right? Like, it depends on the circumstances. Like, okay, if the question is, would I be charged for it? Depends on the circumstances. Would I be acquitted of the murder? That would really depend. Like, if there's a bunch of people around and they all saw, like, someone get shot, and then the gun was, like, near me, but I was never holding it. Or like stabbed or something, whatever the method would be, then maybe it would be okay. But if I was the only one in a location, it would probably be a lot harder to like try and convince someone that my shadow did it. Like, how would you even prove that? But in this case, like, okay, But your analogy is good, but we need to then take into the consideration that it's a world where it's perfectly normal for a shadow to kill someone. And then the question becomes less about, did I do it? Or did, like, this supernatural phenomena that people know about and know is proven to exist, did it? Then who's at fault there? Because, yeah, sure, the shadow is of me, but it's not me. Like, I would imagine if she was the one to pick up the gun, if her body did it, the atoms that constitute of the body of Maya Fey normally were to pick up the gun while she was in this alternate form with alternate fingerprints and all that, was to kill someone. Clearly it wasn't her mind, it was someone. At the very least, she could claim insanity. Because it's clearly split personality, if nothing else. I mean, that doesn't help her. But it's at least something. The shadow instantly took somebody to the shadow realm. Okay, well, if they took him to the shadow realm, and there's no trace of the body, then how does anyone know someone died? And how can you possibly say it was even me to begin with? Why would you even suspect me? There's no trace of the body disappearing. The body's just now gone. Like, I don't think they would have much of a case in the first place then. I went into that room with Dr. Gray, locked the door, and sat down across from him. Okay. We closed our eyes, and I began the channeling. This is sounding kind of creepy, like the beginning of a scary story. And that's the last thing I remember. What? After a spirit comes into my body, I lose myself, my consciousness. Then you don't remember a single thing. When I came to, I was being held in my aunt's arms. And there was blood all over my clothes. Oh, but I do remember having a dream. A dream? What kind of dream did you have while you were channeling? I can't remember it all that well, but I was dead and buried in the ground. I couldn't move, and it was unbearable. Really suffocating. It went something like that. I see. I have no idea what to say to that. There's a really familiar smell, too. Under the ground? Yeah. I can't quite place it, but I know I've smelled that same scent before. I guess this is about all the information I'm going to gather from today. I'll be back later, Maya. In the meantime, please make sure you prepare it, okay? Huh? It? What is it? The document requesting me to be your attorney, of course. But, what's wrong? Are you sure? I mean, I'm guilty. I'm a murderer. No, it seems like you're not a murderer because you don't even exist when you do the channeling. It's literally another person 110%. Like, you body swap with them. How can it possibly be you? No one's decided that yet. But I did. I killed that person. With these 2 hands. But there weren't those hands. They were different hands because they had different fingerprints and they were different size and shape. They can't be your hands. Like, this is an open and shut case. As weird as that is to say given the situation, there is no way she could have killed this person. The Lord Shadowcore is trying to cast himself on the moon to replace Mooncore. Oh yeah, I do remember all that. That was a while ago. All that lore. That's enough, Maya. It's hopeless. If you defend me, you'll lose, I'm sure. Didn't you say that last time? Stop it. Help me. Nick, help me. I'm scared. Don't worry, I will. When is the trial? Sounds like tomorrow. As usual, 0 prep time. Alright, I'm going now. Wait. This jewel. This is called a Magatama. It's a magical charm and it's always protected me. Give this to Pearly, and I'm sure she'll lend you her spiritual powers. Slightly translucent. It's small, but it has a deep, profound aura about it. Does this guy say anything different? We could still examine him. This guard monitors the visitor's room. I wonder if he's bored. Not that I can tell since he never looks over this way. He's just like, don't make eye contact, don't make eye contact. If I can't see them, they can't see me. I like that we've just given up, like, putting timestamps now. Because, like, this is like a 2+ hour train ride that he had to take all the way here. Like, that's a lot of time to take up, considering he has less than 24 hours to figure out his case. I have to save Maya, no matter what. It's her life on the line. What in the world happened in that room yesterday? Meditation room nurtures all mediums young and old. Even mediums in training, I'd wager. But it's pretty deserted today. Probably because of the murder yesterday. Anyone home? Oh, it's open. Looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. I should take this chance and thoroughly check this room. If I'm lucky, I might uncover a clue or two. Oh, Mr. Wright. Good morning. I am on my way to go meet Mystic Maya, and I thought to bring her some items to make her feel more at home. Namely, tea so bitter you lose your tongue and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. Those are very specific types of desserts. And why's the tea gotta be bitter? I'm sure Maya will be very grateful. That's Mystic Maya, good sir. She's one scary lady. Oh dear, dear sweet Mystic Maya. Well, wept constantly for you last night, as did I. I know it's important for me to search the site, but I should ask her some questions too, while I have the chance. Why don't we start with that? I would like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday. Do you mean that awful tragedy? No, I mean the other stuff that happened before the tragedy. Obviously, the tragedy. That man murdered me. So I killed him. Maya? Step away from there. Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. What happened here in this room after I left? Well, first, I struck Mystic Maya on the head. To make her go unconscious, correct? That is correct. So that's the spirit severing technique. Just smacking them on the head. Oh, okay, sorry, that was just the prerequisite to the spirit severing technique. Next, I performed the spirit severing technique. Spirit severing technique? The spirit of that nurse was inside of Mystic Maya's body. I used its technique to send the nurse's spirit back to the other world. I wonder if this kind of testimony is even admissible in a court of law. This shit's actually happening, like, how can it not be admissible? Like, we know this exists. But, I mean, then again, it also happened in the courtroom and no one batted an eye, so, I mean, maybe, who knows. By the way, what is this room exactly? The channeling chamber. This room is created for the sole purpose of preventing such a tragedy as yesterday. What do you mean? Sometimes, when an inexperienced medium calls an especially strong spirit, that spirit may become violent and revolt, as you witnessed yesterday. Revolt? But how? When a spirit enters a medium's body, she loses her will, and her self steps aside. To put it another way, the spirit is borrowing the medium's body, good sir. But isn't that extremely dangerous? An experienced medium has little problem controlling the spirit. But Mystic Maya, that was her first channeling, and that is why I insisted on locking the door. However, I never thought that would be calling upon danger upon the client himself. I am grateful that one of our heirlooms was not damaged in this horrible incident. And that would be that floating screen there. It is the Kurain sacred writings. Along with the Kurain sacred urn, they are this village's most treasured possessions. If I ever found out that thing happened to either one. Oh, the humanity. Odd for her to be worrying about the folding screen at a time like this. I guess this isn't just some dilapidated old screen after all. Recently made up a new demon in the Coryverse named Michael. It has complete control over fate, but mostly uses his ability to manipulate luck. Luck's not a superpower. So, how is Pearl today? Mr. Wright. Yes? In this world, Pearl is my most treasured possession. But I thought you cared about the folding screen and the pot out back. And compared to even Mystic Maya,
Pearl has the spiritual power to become a master.
That's very impressive.
Until now, the women of the Branch family have thought themselves to be inferior. But Pearl is different. Her spiritual strength is so great, it's even greater than some of the main family. Yes, Pearl is a channeling prodigy, and is the pride of the Branch family.
Wow, she's really fired up now.
In any case, our world is so different from yours. Perhaps it is best for you to quit, good sir.
Quit? Why? That's a little suspicious, but alright. I guess this is an altar. Whatever it is, it feels very important. A mirror-like object with a cloudy reflective surface, and some branches of a sacred tree have been set in a predetermined arrangement. I guess they're used during the channeling. It's a beautiful and expensive folding screen. It also looks quite old. There seems to be some sort of sacred text written on it, but I can't read it. It's a hole! Could this have been made by a bullet? About 8 inches off the ground is a small hole that looks like a bullet hole.
Well then, I do believe it is time for me to take my leave.
Alright. Please tell Maya I said hi.
What was that?
I mean, Mystic, Maya.
I will tell her.
He made a thing called Luckwells and their entire cults around him. If somebody hears his real name, they'll instantly be vulnerable to influence by Michael. So he uses a fake name? Is Michael his fake name, or is Michael his real name and he uses some other name? Alright, anything else around here? Oh, well, there's the dark space behind the folding screen. There's some empty space behind the folding screen. The light of the candles can't reach back there, so it's completely dark. I hope no one is hiding back there. Why don't you take a look? Are you too scared? This is where the medium sits, I assume. There are 4 panels of this flooring. The straw on the flooring feels a little damp, probably from the humidity in the air. Or, you know, all the blood that's now on the panels. No matter what I do, my eyes keep getting drawn to the pool of blood in the center here. The meditation room is on the other side of this very heavy-looking door. The lock on it's broken because, well, I broke it. It doesn't seem possible, but I managed to break it pretty badly. When we want to do something bad enough, people can do the most amazing things. Okay, I guess, 2 locations to go. Little Pearl isn't here today. Maybe she's at school? Michael is a fake name, but he doesn't use it, it's just what people call him. Oh, I see, okay. I like to think Michael is more of a force of nature than a single entity. I'm starting to get, like, a picture in my head of what this Michael guy might be like. Not what he looks like, though. I mean, I don't know. Nothing really distinctive comes to mind with the name Michael.
Oh, hey! Like, you're that guy from yesterday, the, dentist guy? No, I'm a lawyer. Oh, that's right, Mr. Smith, Esquire.
That's right. Wait, I mean, you're wrong. My name is Wright.
Smith, right? Well, I got like 3 letters at least.
Did you, though? No, actually, you did. You got 3 letters in a completely different order. And they're not even, like, close to pronounced the same. I don't think she gets the point. You made a little thing. Let's see this picture. Is this a picture of Michael? Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean by, like, entity now.
Anyway, why are you here? So, like, I study this thing called parapsychology at this college, and,
you told me about that yesterday. The seismology, too. What I'd really like to know is why you're still here today.
Oh, so, like, that's what you meant. Like, you should have been more, like, clear about it.
Sorry, my bad.
Nah, it's okay. Like, it's really...
That's it? Why'd you stop mid-sentence?
Did I? So, like, what was I talking about again?
If Lotta ever wanted another genuine mysterious phenomena, it's right here. By the way, seeing his face is bad luck. Oh shit, well, guess I'm cursed now. It's okay, I'm sure I've been cursed many times before. It's probably all of those chain mail emails that I used to get, after all. And those comments where I never shared them. I'm sure I've been cursed like a million times. So, why are you still here today?
Like, there's so much for me to do. Like, study here.
Like what?
Like, the medium's training, or like, how they inherit their spiritual power.
I suppose this village is the real thing after all.
So, like, I asked if I could stay here for like, a little longer.
She sure seems like the carefree type, at least, on the surface. She's 100% the killer. Calling it now. The only reason she's sticking around is so that the police don't get suspicious and think she's running away. Have you heard about the murder?
It's, like, totally scary.
I mean, why else would she not be fazed by a murder? She was the only person to not be freaked out. That's because she did it. She says with a silly smile plastered on her face. Yet look, she's happy about it. She probably had fun doing it too. So do you know anything about it that might help? Somehow, I don't think she has a grip on reality, let alone what's going on here. About the victim, Dr. Gray.
I don't know who you're talking about. Like, wait, I think you asked about him, like, yesterday too.
That's right, her reaction yesterday when I asked was... You and Dr. Gray knew each other, right?
I don't know any Dr. Gray.
Oh, really? Then what was all that talk about him earlier?
Huh? Well, like a long time ago, I was like a patient, yeah.
Okay, she is definitely hiding something from me.
Like, is something wrong?
And she still won't say anything about it. Hearing his real name is like instant schizophrenia, where the voices it sound like you're actually Michael. So it's basically like reverse Rumpelstiltskin. Except it curses you instead of the other guy. Oh, what's this giant box doing here now? Now where did this box come from? I'm sure this wasn't here last night. Looks like a box for storing clothes, but it's pretty big for just clothes. It's mostly empty, but a few folded pieces of channeling costumes sit at the bottom. Well, I guess this is a storage room first and a sleeping room second. You left the blankets a mess. Are you gonna fold it?
Like, I had a really good nap, and like, I was thinking of leaving it like this, so like, it's all set for tonight.
Wouldn't it be better to make the bed so that it's nicer to get into? Take it from someone who never makes the bed, okay? It's a good idea to make the bed. It's decorative wooden bear sculpture. There's a plate attached to the base. Kudain Village, the heart of channeling. What the? It's a souvenir.
Isn't it cute? I like totally bought that.
Ah, so it's yours, huh?
Yeah, so like this village is really famous for like channeling and bears.
Wait, famous for bears?
But it's like, okay, if you ever like see a bear, you just play dead and they like leave you alone.
Is that right?
Yeah, cause like fighting back is totally of no use.
I would imagine so. Has she actually tried to fight one? That's impressive if she tried to fight a bear and managed to win. I guess we'll head back. Effects can range from bizarre like taping all your clothes to the ceiling to more violent things. I like the idea of that, just some like supernatural phenomenon. All they do is just fucking tape your clothes to the ceiling. You surprised me.
And how are you today?
Guess she isn't open to friendly chatting. Huh? She's still holding something in her hand. It looks like the same thing she had yesterday. Ah, man, Phoenix, you suck with kids. If only I had something that would catch her interest. Maybe then she'd talk to me. Oh, I see what we gotta do. I have to, like, trigger it, maybe? Ah, okay, she's back. Well, I do have something that might be of interest to her. Oh, yeah, Maya said to give this to you. Ah, I'm in trouble now. If Morgan sees us like this, I'll be the next one they're channeling.
That's Mystic Maya's...
Huh? She actually spoke.
Who are you?
I'm Phoenix Wright. I, worked with Maya.
You worked with Mystic Maya? You're Mr. Nick, right?
Excuse me? I bet I know who she picked Nick up from.
I know who you are. You're Mystic Maya's special someone.
What?
So then, of course, you're gonna help Mystic Maya, aren't you? That's what you're gonna do, right?
Well, yeah, I will.
Oh, wow. It's like a beautiful fairy tale. That earnest look shining brightly in your eyes. It must be true love.
What? Why am I being boiled into a bright red lobster by this little kid?
I'm so jealous of Mystic Maya. Ah, what a wonderful relationship.
Wait, I mean, things aren't, like...
I can tell you're a good person. Alright, Mr. Nick. I may be small, but I'm gonna help you in any way I can.
Good. Can you spill the beans on what the fuck's going on here and why you have the key to the damn room? People know Michael's true name are instantly neutralized by the CAI in order to reduce his influence. So basically you get killed anyways if you know his true name, just not by him. Pearl, are you friends with Maya?
I feel very grateful to be friends with her. She's so great. I want to be like Mystic Maya when I grow up. I really look up to her.
Wow, I had no idea Maya was so revered.
Usually when people don't use Mystic Maya's title, I get mad.
Oh, sorry.
But if it's you, Mr. Nick, then it's okay. Because you're special to her.
Where in the world did she get an idea like that?
By the way, this may be rude, but which channeling school are you from?
Wait, are there male channelers out there? Which channeling school?
Yes. For example, I studied the Kurian technique.
Ah, I get it. No. I'm a lawyer. A lawyer.
Lawyer?
Yep.
Is that related to spirit mediums in any way?
Ah. None that I know of. Wait, are you telling me you don't know what a lawyer is?
I'm sorry, but I have no idea.
Maya did say Pearl doesn't know much about the outside world. So, what's that you've got there, Pearl?
Oh, this? I found it yesterday. If you want it, I can give it to you.
I guess I can take it. Not sure why I need it. Alright, well, if you really wanted to give it to me...
You look like a child at a toy store, Mr. Nick.
She not only speaks in a refined manner, but laughs in one too. An old steel key. A green jewel is set in the center of the key's grip.
Mr. Nick?
Yes, Pearls? I can call you that, right? You're too cute to just call you Pearl.
Sure, Mr. Nick. Are you sure it's okay for me to have this Magatama?
Yeah, it's okay. I was told to give it to you.
But I can't accept something like this. What I really should do is charge this Magatama with spiritual energy.
Spiritual energy? Okay, we can't deny that magic doesn't exist anymore. Like, all we need to do is bring this into court, bring her as a witness, and just have her charge the thing. And then people will be like, what the fuck's going on here? And then they'll just be open to the idea of spirit channeling, and then there we go. Maya is safe.
Please take this. I'm sure it'll be helpful.
What do you mean?
It'll let you see people's secrets.
See people's secrets?
Yes. If it's alright with you, I would like to accompany you for a little while. I can explain the Magatama's power to you when we meet someone hiding a secret.
Well, I think I know someone who might be hiding a few secrets here and there. Hello again. We seem to be seeing a lot of each other today.
Aw, she's like totally cute. Is she like your daughter?
I don't think Phoenix is even old enough to have a daughter. What? No. How old do you think I am? I want to ask you about the victim, Dr. Gray.
I like totally don't know him.
Ah, what is that?
You can see it, can't you, Mr. Nick? You can see the lock on that person's heart.
What?
This is the power of the Magatama.
Oh, I thought we were playing JoJo for a second.
Only you can see these psych locks, Mr. Nick.
Psych locks, huh?
The more someone wants to hide their secret, the more locks you will see. If it's only one, I think you can easily unlock it.
Unlock? But how? Well, we do have a key.
Please use Mystic Maya's Magatama on this person. And let's remove the lock.
I have no idea what she's talking about, but I guess I'll give it a try.
You must be careful though, Mr. Nick. If you make a mistake, it will hurt you. If you don't think you have the proof you need, you must have the courage to stop.
Well, I've got to start somewhere. Let's give this psych lock thing a try. I'm gonna ask again, do you know Dr. Gray?
I totally don't know that guy. Like, you're totally more persistent than a roach.
This girl's hiding something, I'm sure of it. Guess I have no choice but to remove this lock. Alright, so first I have to use Maya's Magatama. Oh, we have to actually, like, use it. Okay. Like, present it? Ah, okay. Just, like, shove it in her face. The power of spirit channeling compels you. Eeny miny, I believe you do know who Dr. Gray is.
I told you, like, how many times do I, like, have to repeat myself? If you're, like, so totally sure, then where's, like, your proof?
While it may be possible that you never actually met Dr. Gray in person, I do believe you might have at least indirectly known of him.
Like, what do you mean, like, indirectly?
I should try to show that the possibility existed for now. So something that shows a possible connection between Amy and Dr. Gray. Profiles probably? Had a malpractice incident, murdered during a channeling. Well, that doesn't say anything. Gray surgical clinic director. Well, she said she was a patient. Can we do that? Here's your proof.
Like, what is that?
Ouch. Guess it didn't have anything to do with it, huh? Oh, fuck. We can die in the adventures portion now. Oh, no. Pearls did warn me. If you make a mistake, it will hurt you, she said. If I don't have enough evidence, I should probably stop. I should take another look at the court record and think it through one more time. Well, what do we have that could show a connection? We don't have, like, the newspaper. None of those say anything. Okay, what do we have for evidence? I don't think I have anything, do I? Okay, let's go take a look around, I guess. Who else can we talk to? Oh, here we go. Hey, it's you, pal. So you're gonna be a lawyer, I bet. Yes. Oh. I really feel bad for you, pal. Just as once I wish I could be on your side. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, but I shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff to you. Hey, you're a cute kid. I'm not scary, honest.
Wow, I never knew Gumshoe liked kids. Hey, I know. I'll show you something cool. How's this? It's a real, genuine pistol. What the fuck? Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing showing her something that dangerous? Oh, sorry. Holy shit! It really is America! I thought about the character first, and I thought about what could do to show a drawing to a friend when he was in a conceptual clothing class? What is a conceptual clothing class? Is that like... What do you learn in such a class? What about Maya and the charges against her? I don't think you can win, pal. If you're talking about proof, we got a few pieces. You got proof? Yeah, pal. That puffy-haired photographer is gonna testify tomorrow. He must be talking about Lotta. Actually, speaking of Lotta... I took some hot pictures earlier. Huh? Remember? I took some pictures at the murder scene inside. Lotta's hot pictures. I wonder what her camera captured. Besides, you must have realized by now, pal. There's no way anyone other than Maya Fey could have done it. Or, you know, the spirit that she was channeling, but I don't know if we're really going down that train of thought yet. What am I supposed to say to Pearls now? About Dr. Gray. The victim wasn't super famous, but people still knew who he was. His face was all over those tabloid shows last year. Yeah, I know. I was looking through some newspapers from last year and... Huh? I could have sworn I cut an article out, but I guess I must have lost it. Searching through his pockets, and boy are those big. Yeah, it's my kind of guy, walking around with a jacket full of pockets. I like him. Looked really interesting too. Hey, do you have a copy, pal? Copy of that article? I think Dr. Gray might have brought a copy to the office when he came by. Ah, okay. Maybe he left it there. About Maya's trial tomorrow. I got 2 pieces of news for you, pal. 2? Yeah, bad news and even worse news. So which do you want to hear first? I don't really care. It doesn't change the fact that I'm not gonna like it. Alright, pal. Well, the prosecutor for the trial is Prosecutor Von Karma. What? Von Karma? I thought he was in jail. Manfred Von Karma. He was an aspiring veteran prosecutor. He never lost a case in the 40 years of his career, and he raised a fearsome disciple. The horrible aftertaste of the evil he force-fed me is something I'll never forget. Wait a sec. But didn't Von Karma stand trial and... That's where the other piece of bad news comes in. The Von Karma you're facing tomorrow is actually his successor. Successor? So, who is the successor to Von Karma? Literally, pal, it's Prosecutor Von Karma's kid. He has a kid? He seems like the last person I would expect to be a parent. In conceptual clothing class, you learn about making clothes conceptually. So what, you just, like, is it like clothing design class? Like you just draw pictures of clothes? And like how they would need to be made? Like, kind of like a concept artist for like a game or something? You just think about it really hard. Like you just sit in your desk and just think really hard about clothes. It's like, man, I really love clothes. And I'm picturing like a gnarly shirt right now. Sick. And then you just get an A+ for that. That sounds easy. I want that class. This kid became a prosecutor real young, like 13. Hasn't lost a child since. That's what they call a prodigy, pal. Kid, huh? Wait a sec. Is that even legal? 13? Kid became a prosecutor at the age of 13. I mean, a prodigy like that, I would have heard something about. Oh, no. The kid was born and raised in Germany, pal. That country's got a lot of stuff, and it's a great place to develop a person's talents. You can't just, like... Well, I guess they probably just pass the bar in America. It's fine. I'm pretty sure anyone can pass the bar if they want to. Germany, huh? That's probably why I've never heard of this person. Ugh, still, all it takes is someone mentioning the name Von Karma.
And I get terrible flashbacks to that case. Stop it. Get a grip on yourself, Phoenix. None of that matters anymore. Now that he's gone. Alright, so apparently we might have left a vital piece of evidence back at the office. So let's take another 2-hour train ride back to the office. Phew. Feels like I've been gone forever. But it's only been 1 day. Oh, that's right. Where's that newspaper Dr. Gray brought the other day? Ah, here it is. Right on top of my desk. This is the only thing he left behind that's going to be of any help. 1 year ago, on May 2nd, 14 patients died from malpractice at Gray Surgical Clinic. Alright, back we go. I think we know exactly what we need to do now. Let's go back to, where is it? The side room. And now, if we do the... where is it? We click this first, right? And then we get to the presentation part, right? Oh, right, you have to... Okay. I see. I see how this works. It's gonna take me a second to, like, get used to this. Okay, so let's present the newspaper. I feel like... Oops. I didn't mean to click so hard. Fuck. Try that again. Oh my god. Press the right button. There we go. There's keyboard buttons, but the keyboard buttons are like all the way over there and I'm using the mouse. I don't want to have to use the keyboard. Okay, so we give her the newspaper. Let's see if that works. Here's your proof. Like, what is that? Ouch. Guess it doesn't have anything to do with it, huh? What? Oh my god, that's not it? I thought for sure that was gonna be it. Well, I don't have anything then. Who do I give this to? .9% dark chocolate or white chocolate? Probably the white, but I have had 90% dark and it wasn't that bad. It was a little grainy. Like, I feel like at 90%, you know, it's almost like you're just eating cocoa. Because there's not really a whole lot in the way of the things that make chocolate chocolate at that point. Like, 99.9% just sounds like you're just eating cocoa with a little bit of milk mixed in. Can I give this paper to him then? Dr. Gray brought this over to my office the other day and... Hey, it's that news story! The one about the malpractice suit. 14 patients died and it caused a huge stink. Yeah, but that's not all, pal. Things only got worse after that. You mean the car accident the nurse died in? Oh, here we go. I brought my own clipping with me today. Here, pal. This is for you. Oh, this is probably what we have to present then. Alright, thanks. Mimi Miney, nurse at Gray Surgical Clinic, died after falling asleep at the wheel. Hey, where did we hear that name before? That name's a little familiar. Well, now we can definitely go here. Okay, so we present the Magatama. Do this whole song and dance. Look at her dance. She's already prepared for this. Just questioning. Now we present this clipping. Take a look at this newspaper clipping. Like, what is it? A story about an accident? Please read the victim's name. Mimi Miney. Miney is a pretty rare last name, wouldn't you say? Miss Mimi Miney wouldn't happen to be a relative of yours, would she? So you noticed? She was my older sister. I'm sorry about your loss. Your sister, was she a nurse? Perhaps at Dr. Gray's surgical clinic? Gray Surgical Clinic. I don't think I need to tell you that the clinic was run by the victim, Dr. Turner Gray. Which is how you knew of Dr. Gray. You knew him through your sister. What about 99% chocolate versus negative 99% chocolate? Wouldn't that just be like milk at that point? Because you're taking out 99% of the chocolate? I wouldn't even say it's white chocolate. I think that's just a glass of milk. Please tell me all you know about Dr. Gray. I don't like her face. I really don't like her face. She looks really scary.
My sister's name was Mimi Miney. She was like a nurse at Dr. Gray's clinic.
That's what I thought.
I heard that like Dr. Gray was really tough on people, like a total slave driver. My sister's like always coming home totally wiped out because she was overworked.
Overworked by like normal people standards or by like nurse standards? Because like if you're a nurse and you're claiming to be overworked, that sounds like dreadful. Wiped out. So is that why she fell asleep at the wheel?
That guy like drove my sis so hard, so like that's why the accident happened.
The one where 14 patients died from malpractice.
Yeah, like I think that was the doctor's fault too. My sis was pushed by like everyone's expectations and like her duties and stuff. And that pushed her to her death.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So like, are we done? I've like already told my story to like everyone. Do you understand now, Mr. Nick? This is how a psych lock works.
Well, I don't plan to pry into people's hearts unless I absolutely need to.
The lock this time was pretty easy, but you might meet people who aren't as willing to give in later on. If you don't have enough proof, be careful and know when to stop trying.
Just came back and it looks like the series went with some weird S&M bondage with the chains. Yeah, I forgot about this mechanic in 2. I remember it now though. But yeah, this is the big gimmick that they introduced in this game, is basically a sort of like light cross-examination aspect to the adventure segments now. So we have to like find evidence and then use it to open up new questions with some of the characters that we meet. Apparently banana milk is huge, and banana milk's delicious. I mean, maybe it's different than the stuff they sell over here. So I've had strawberry milk and I've had banana milk. Strawberry milk is alright. I've had it as, what brand was it? It was some brand. It wasn't Milk to Go. Although I've had that kind too. It was a different brand. It tasted very interesting, but it was pretty good. I mean, I don't know, maybe Milk to Go isn't considered milk by some people, but like I've had banana milk of that, which is probably the closest. But I'm sure like actual banana milk's just as good. Where are we going now? Can we go back in here? No. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can go back to Maya at the detention center. That's probably where we need to go, ultimately. Mix almond milk, cashew milk, whole milk, skim milk, coconut, and soy, and rice. I feel like that would taste fine. Like, I don't... Maybe some of the flavors might feel overpowering, but it's just... A lot of those alternative milks, they taste the same to me. So, like, you're just putting milk with milk. Like, the only thing I'll really taste is, like, the not dairy milk mixing with the dairy milk. That's probably all that I would really be able to tell. Mixed banana, chocolate, strawberry, and blueberry milk. Yo, that sounds delicious. Where are you getting blueberry milk? I need to know your supplier, please. I will pay good money for blueberry milk.
Mr. Nick.
Hmm? What's wrong?
I never left Kurain Village.
Really? Wow, that's pretty amazing.
You're going to meet with Mystic Maya, aren't you? Please tell her I said hi.
Hey, wait! She ran off. Again. Well, I know Eni's secret now, but I still don't have any idea how I'm gonna save Maya. I don't even know if I should go in there without a smile or a straight face. What am I supposed to do? I'm almost out of time. Can I really do anything? Can I really save her?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Huh? Must be Maya.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Phoenix?
That voice.
Mia! Even without me being here, it looks like you've learned to stand on your own.
Mia. She's Maya's older sister, and my mentor. She was a top-notch defense lawyer, but a certain case forced her into retirement. But whenever I'm in trouble, she comes to help, just like this. This stuff ain't cheap. It's real, though? Wait, is this like actual milk, though? Oh, wait, I've seen this before. I didn't know this was milk. I thought this was more like yogurt, like a drinkable yogurt thing. I've seen this in stores, though. Yeah, no, they sell this at grocery stores. Okay. I'll have to actually take a look at that. I don't know, I've always like they used to sell it at the store I used to work at. But I just like never gave it a second thought because I thought it was like yogurt or some like alternative non-milk thing. But if it's actually milk, I would love to try that. Raspberry milk would be good too. The only one I have never gotten the chance to try, at least in terms of milk to go stuff, I once saw orange milk to go. I never saw it again, and I never got a chance to buy it. I'm curious what that would taste like. I don't think it would taste very good. Because we're mixing acids into milk, and that's just going to make the milk curdle. But apparently there was at one point, I've seen once, orange flavored milk to go. I need to know what that tastes like. Her spirit comes back from the other world and borrows Maya's body for a little bit.
Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets, especially when it's bad. Mia, you can't smile at the end if you haven't been smiling the whole way there. In any case, the face you're making now is no face to show a client, Phoenix.
But...
So, tell me all about it. I'm gonna guess that my sister's in a lot of trouble again.
I told her everything about what happened in the last 2 days. Mia closed her eyes, deep in thought, while she listened.
I see.
Mia, what am I supposed to do?
It's pretty clear what a good lawyer does in this situation.
And that is...
Tell me, please. Believe in your convictions. And fight for the complete acquittal of your client.
You think Maya's not guilty? How can you be so sure?
I know she is. And I'll give you a hint as to why.
Yes?
Mediums can't have dreams.
They can't?
From what she told me, it sounds like Maya was having a dream while channeling.
Yeah? She said she dreamt that she had died and had been buried in the ground.
But that is impossible. You've heard it from her, I'm sure. When a medium channels, her own spirit disappears, which means that's impossible for her to dream during that time.
Then, what does this mean?
I think it's a safe bet that Maya was set up.
A setup?
It's up to you to blow the lid on this case tomorrow and show how she was set up.
But she did the channeling. We saw it with her own eyes. So, like, how did she fake that, but not realize that she was faking it? Would I miss pineapple milk? Yo, I'd try that too, probably. I don't want to try onion milk. I'm good on onion milk. No, I'm really good on onion milk. Also, no, not bacon either. Sorry, bacon soda? I'm just catching up on, like, chat from the last bit of dialogue here. What the fuck is bacon soda? That does not sound good. Oh, please, I don't want to drink bacon milk or onion milk. Like, just sounds, like, grimy and greasy. Like, it... All I can picture in my head, hearing those words, is like someone took the greasy dishwater and put it in milk. That's what that feels like to me. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
If you're looking for a clue, it's already in your hands.
It is?
Just as it sounds, Phoenix. You already hold the key.
Well, she's right. I do have a key on me, actually.
Really? Come on, show me the key to this case.
The key, huh?
Alright, I'll show it to her.
The key I hold. It's this, isn't it? We're gonna cheat. We got the ultimate lie detector, because this one actually works.
This is Maya's Magatama, isn't it? Why do you have it? Maya gave it to me, but... I see. This is something very important to me. Take good care of it, okay? She's looking at it with a soft look in her eyes.
Oh, that's not what the key was? I want the literal key. I thought that was the key. Maybe this is the key.
Mia, have you seen this key before? Ah, the key. It's literally the key to understanding everything that's happened in this case.
This key?
Phoenix, listen. Right now, that key is sitting in your hand. However, it shouldn't be. It contradicts the facts. What does she mean? I'm certain this key will be the piece of evidence that makes your case tomorrow.
The key is a literal key. Okay.
You already know everything you need to know. You know what the key to this case is. That is enough. But... How can I win tomorrow without knowing who the real murderer is? Who could have...
So it sounds like we got ourselves a classic locked room murder mystery on our hands. The one way in and out of that room is through a door that was locked from the inside by a person who only held the key, the only person who held the key into the room, who went into the room, and someone died in that room, and there's no way in or out of that room besides that door, and we did not have access to it. As far as we know, there's only 2 people in that room, so what the hell happened in there? I didn't know at the time, but this day was going to end with a turn for the surprising.
Mia? What's wrong?
That's right, only I can see the Cyclops. Which means Mia must know something about the real murderer. But for this to be something that she would hide under lock and key from even me, what in the world is going on? Oh. Even Mia has secrets to hide. Not milk, but a turnip-based substitute for mashed potatoes. Yeah, that's good. Mashed turnips is great. I like that. Yeah, I agree with Womp on that one. Turnips are just like, they're not, because they're not starchy like potatoes are. The starch in potatoes makes them very filling, but turnips are definitely a lot lighter. Highly recommend mashed turnips if you can get your hands on them. Not supposed to drink it, but olive milk? What do you mean you're not supposed to drink it? I mean, I wouldn't want to drink it. What is olive milk? Is that like... I'm sorry, it's $500? Olive milk is an extract of the leaves and fruits of Ole Europea, L, which contain olive lipids, proteins, and sugars as an emulsion. Ah, okay. It's used in, like, chemical stuff, in chemistry. I didn't know what... Okay, so... Wait. Isn't that just, like, oil? Like, isn't olive milk just oil? Like, how do you milk an olive versus extract oil from it? I didn't know there was a difference. Would I try elephant milk? You know what? Sure. Why not? I would try elephant milk. I'd probably try most animal milks if I was assured it was safe to drink. I mean, that would probably be the kicker. I just don't want to try bacon-flavored milk. That just sounds terrible. Or onion flavored milk. Well, that will be it for today. That is quite the cliffhanger to leave on, but yeah, we're not going to do the whole case today because it's already like 12:30, and I suspect that this one's going to still be a decent amount of time. I completely forgot about the whole like mind reading thing in this game until I saw it again, but I remember it being pretty fun. It's a good, nice little addition instead of just like walking around and talking to people. I don't remember if the third game had a gimmick to it or not. It probably did, but I definitely don't remember what it is. But we will pick this up next Tuesday and finish off case 2. Cockroach milk is in Crystal Farm. No, maybe not bug milk. I'll say no to bug milks. Oh God, no, not bug milks. That's I'm good on the milk right now. I'm a head off to bed because it's late and I'm kind of tired. This is really fun. I'm glad that people were interested in seeing more Phoenix Wright. I wasn't actually expecting this to be a popular choice, but I'm glad that we're doing it. I don't know if we'll do the third game in a row. I'll probably put up another poll when the time comes because it worked out pretty well this time. But for now, that will be it tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with some sort of rhythm game, some sort of rhythm game stream. And then, of course, we'll have our usual Minecraft Fridays and possibly even a Final Fantasy stream this weekend for the events that exist at the moment. And then we'll do more of this next Tuesday. So, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.